Hey people, what is up? Yeah, we're a little bit late. I understand that, but hey, at least it's not an hour late. Or at least I don't think it's an hour late. Sometimes snakes do bite, and tonight they're gonna bite you because by golly, I'm gonna throw a sack of snakes in your sleeping bags while you're sleeping like Paul Hogan and Crocodile Dundee. It is now time to start Shifty Sunday. Let's go, baby. Welcome to hell. No, I'm just kidding. This isn't quite hell, but I don't know what else is. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of This Old House. I'm your host, Bob Borland, along with my partner down there, Al Borland. And of course, we got our other brother, James Borland, over there. And this week on This Old House, we're going to teach you how to get that sticky nonsense off your walls. Let's see here. First thing you're going to need is a bucket of bullshit. And then, I don't know. Hey guys, what is up? It is Shifty Sunday. I'm your host that wishes he had some toast. Hero 77, along with Sagittarically Speaking and Armor Up. Guys, how you guys doing, man? You know, I was gonna do that joke Thursday. No, not Thursday. Thursday. You know, Saggy, when you were supposed to be there. You know?
What joke?
I was going to call you Al Borland. Like I was going to go.
Oh, Borland. Yeah. Oh, okay,
yeah.
And why? I mean, how like unexciting name is the name Borland? I mean,
I know.
I mean,
who wants to live there?
Yeah, who wants to live in a place called Borland in a house built by a guy named Borland?
I know. Well, I don't know.
It's some whole house where you have to try to figure out how to get the sticky stuff off the walls. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I ain't even going to ask what the stuff is. And I just want to make sure everyone knows Armor Up and Sagittarically Speaking do not always agree with things spitted out by the Hebrew, the host. Shifty Sunday cares.
Yes. My name is Sagittarically Speaking, and I support that message.
So you don't agree that this is hell?
I'm not going to take specific sections of anything you say. We're just going to cover it all.
Oh, okay. All of it. Okay.
Yeah, previous and ongoing, and what
It's
may
kind
be
of
to come.
like a blanket disclaimer. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a blanket disclaimer.
Affected by grace this Thirsty Thursday. You know, it's funny he should say that. I used to have a show called Thirsty Thursday. And I almost thought about calling it Thirsty Thursday, but I think people would have gotten that confused because Thirsty Thursday was reserved for Bible readings. So they would have tuned in. What the heck is this? This ain't Bible readings.
I thought it was reserved for AA meetings.
No, that's the other one.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No drinking Wednesday or no drinking Tuesday. Yeah. No drinking. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just double checking there. My bad.
Oh, speaking of AA meetings, is Michael Fontaine here?
I don't know.
He was here earlier, wasn't he?
I believe so. Let me scroll up here. No, I don't see Mike. Oh, wait, yes, Michael Fontaine was there. Yes.
Okay.
Way up there near the top. He was the second one in that talked.
I would love to have
what's with the chuckle and the Michael Fontaine reference?
I don't know.
Like I said, I'm glad I just threw the blanket thing out there. That's all I was thinking when he said. Hi, CJ. She says, hi, Armor Up and Sagi.
Oh, hey, there's Aunt Solomon.
Aunt Solomon.
In there, too.
All right, so we got our usual suspects out there, our usual partners in crime.
We have a feisty kitten. Yeah, Mark. A lot of the usuals. I don't want to do a shout out of turn, but that almost covers everyone. I might as well just go ahead and give the
You
other
might as well-
couple.
yeah, I was getting
Lotar
ready to-
900 also, and Scarab the Beetle Performance, sporting a wrench in the house this evening. DD74, and as previously mentioned, Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine. That's correct. And that's about it. Welcome, everybody.
Michael Fontaine in here like a runaway train. I tell you what, Michael Fontaine, you know, I joke around about him a lot, but he didn't do so bad. He didn't do so bad for Thursday. He kept apologizing a lot, but we like that here. Or I should say I like that here. I'm not speaking for you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, quit doing that,
You know.
please. You know, I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
listen
so
to the
sorry.
show in its entirety, but I did check it out and I skimmed through it. And I listened to probably like the last, I don't know, hour or so with Suso when he was on there. And
Mhm.
I heard Michael Fontaine, and you know what? He had a couple, at least one decent dad joke that I heard, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and
Right.
he
And you
seemed
know
like
what?
he seemed it seemed like you guys had a good time, if nothing else.
Yeah, and he did, you know, he did a really good Joe Pesci impression too.
You did, huh?
Yeah. He was like, you two Utes. I can't do it, but you know, he's like, yeah, what the hell's going on with you two Utes? You know, come in there like that. So I don't know.
And that looks like you had a lot of fun with Suso.
Yeah, Suso. You know, I mentioned at the top of the show, I had Lotar on here with me, and I was telling Lotar, I said, Suso, you know, he probably forgot. And sure enough, me and Suso got talking. He's like, oh man, I totally forgot I was supposed to be on here tonight, man. I'm sorry about that, you know. And
He said he was just at the bar or something, or just doing something, and he said, "Oh, Hebrew's
Yeah.
live. Let me pop on and see what's happening."
yeah.
And realized, oh, I'm supposed to be on there.
Oh man, this is a good guy, but you know, I think sometimes he gets too much of that wacky tobacco, and he just forgets. That's all. Nothing wrong with the wacky tobacco, by the way, but I'm just saying, you can get kind of forgetful and stuff if you're not careful. You know.
What were you talking about? I forgot.
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
I don't recall.
You see what I did there?
You flipped it on me.
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you?
Oh, CJ's going to hang out with the lurkers, so tell him we all said hi and send her love, CJ. She's going to be in the background listening and lurking. So
We love you, CJ. We really do.
yes, and tell the rest of our lurkers, have fun and don't eat all the green M&Ms.
Yeah, I see Lotar in there. He's saying we had a pretty good show together. You know, it was kind of cool. We tested the whole melting snow theory. He ate some snow. He ate snow live on the air. But I don't
Yeah,
think
he copied Suso. Me saying
Go ahead,
Dan
Armin.
Suso did that years ago, so he copied that one.
Oh, okay. That's what you're
A
saying.
couple years ago, or maybe it was just last year. But yeah, that was a Saturday show, I think. Suso was on, and we was talking about burning it. Suso, because Suso always got snow. If you need snow for something, get a hold of Suso. Don't matter what month it is, he got snow. He's in Colorado. So Dan talked him into, burning it because he had heard about it somewhere or something. I forget how it came up, but that's how it started. And then
Well, you
Dan
see
said about
these videos on
eat it,
Facebook of
and he
people
ate
burning
it.
it.
It was nuts. And it was all over the, oh yeah, Suso, we can't believe you ate that snow. So yeah, it was a big thing a year or two ago with Suso.
Yeah, this was a year or two ago, huh?
Yeah, at least last year, maybe the year before. We're still doing Saturdays, I'm pretty sure.
So it wasn't before the war, obviously.
Oh, which one?
That aforementioned war that we always make reference to, that we're not really sure exactly which one it was.
yeah, no, it wasn't before. No.
You know that's not lemonade, Lotar. Just saying. I know that's what you were told, probably when you were a child, but yeah, it's definitely not lemonade. Do not eat the yellow snow. Don't do it.
You mean it's not a lemon flavored snow cone?
No.
It'll make you
Well, that
pucker up like a lemon, though. I've heard.
Yeah. Uh well, hey, it's plastic anyway. You know that. So
but you don't have to burn. I was thinking when you said that he ate the snow, I'm like, well, that would be an alternate method of melting it. Like if you put the snow in your mouth and it just stays rock hard, then it won't melt in your mouth either. If it won't melt under a flame, right?
Yeah, you got a big problem then.
Yeah. But I think 90% of those videos are BS. I would say it's probably safe to say that 100% of them are. And I'm going to remain a skeptic until I actually can pick up a piece of snow, put a piece of flame under it, and it doesn't melt.
Good,
Oh,
good
yeah,
luck.
it definitely don't melt. Now, I don't know if it's all snow. I haven't tried it with our snow. But it was
I
real
did
when
it
Suso
live.
did it, and it was real when Hebrew and Lothar did it. It's crazy. I know. I don't believe it either. And I see it. I mean, I know it's real, but it still is like, that's just not possible. What's wrong with the snow?
Does the snow, but on the videos, the snow not only does not melt, but it literally turns black.
Well, that's from the lighter. That's from butane.
Oh,
It'll
okay.
always, anything you burn with a lighter is going to turn black.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah, it's going to turn black just from the flame being so close.
Okay.
But the fact that it don't drip is what freaks me out. It should melt. I mean, it should start dripping. Like, yeah, it just ain't normal. It ain't right.
Well, I missed that part of the show. Was this Canadian snow or Hebrew snow?
No, we
Both.
both did it.
All right, and they both didn't melt.
No.
Hebrew even did that video and put it in the microwave. That blew my mind too. Like, wow.
Well, there you go. There you have it.
There you have it. Yeah. So it's a shame you guys aren't getting snow there in Florida. It really is. Then you could try it.
And that's true. That's what's weird. What Feisty Kitten says. If it wouldn't melt, wouldn't there be snow permanently? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's weird because it obviously melts. Our snow's going away. It drips. It melts under normal heat. But I don't understand why it don't melt when you put a lighter near it. It don't make sense. A direct flame, it should start dripping. So, yeah, obviously it melts. It just seems to, I don't know. It's just weird. Very weird in my book.
Maybe it just melts under
UV.
Yeah, under UV rays or more, or actual something else has to trigger it. And it has something to do with the all the stuff that they spray into the chemtrails and the pollution and all that kind of stuff that's in our atmosphere now. I don't know. It's definitely a conspiracy theory, you might say.
Yeah. I do have some conspiracy theories to talk about. I did have that to talk about.
Conspiracy theories. Oh wow. Well, what do you got?
Well, no. I won't talk about them just yet. We're only.
I see how you are.
Yeah.
You dangle the proverbial conspiracy theory carrot in front of me, but then won't let me have a bite. Okay, I got.
Not yet. You got to crawl into the box first.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But what were you going to say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I have some funny stuff to show first.
You do, huh?
Yeah, a little bit of funny business here. I'm going to call it funny business with Hebrew.
Okay.
All right, one quick minute. Let me answer Feisty Kitten quick. She said you got a little bit of snow left in Kentucky and she wants to try it. Yeah, what they did is you just make you a snowball, like he's playing snowball fight. Make you a snowball and take a lighter, and you can even take it in the house. They were sitting in the house when they did this. Take the lighter, any type of lighter, Bic lighter, whatever kind of lighter, and just hold it near the snowball. Like put it so the snowball is over the flame, and it won't melt. It don't drip. It just turns black. It's crazy. But I seen Suso do it last year or the year before. I watched He-Man and Lothar do it last week, Thursday or whatever it was. I'm going to have to try it myself because it just blows my mind. But yeah, it's weird. So you have to give us an update, Feisty Kitten, and let us know what happened. Sorry,
Yeah,
Hebrew, go ahead, brother.
If you could be so kind as to videotape it and send it in, that would be even cooler. Which reminds me, we do have this weird contest thing going. Should we bring that up here at some point as well?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you want, since you've already mentioned it, you might as well. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, if you're unaware or uninformed, or it's your first time listening, I don't know if you covered it on Thursday or not.
No, I don't think we did.
But there is a Shifty Sunday contest taking place, and you can win free Shifty Sunday merchandise. I believe one of the contests, or the main contest, is shoot, I forget what the main contest. What do they have to do for the main contest again?
They have to. They have to either sculpt. Well, at first it was going to be make a snowman. Then someone said, "Well, what about places where we don't get snow?" Somebody said. Of course, since that statement, I'm sure they regret it because they have gotten snow.
Yeah,
And
most
that
places have snow right now.
Yeah, yeah. So
Which was what inspired the contest in the first place.
right, there was I had a snow Castle Grayskull. Okay, if you can make a snow Castle Grayskull, but then it changed to like just a really good snowman or just like a really good, sculpture. You could sculpt it with sand. You could sculpt it with Play-Doh. If you got sticks or whatever, whatever the case may be. The best one, you send it in to the email address that I'll share that here towards the end of the show. And the first prize is whatever a Hebrew t-shirt or a hoodie or a sweatshirt. Either one
And
of
by
those.
Hebrew, you mean Shifty Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Shifty Sunday.
Okay.
What am I thinking? What am I doing here? What's wrong with me?
Okay, and then that's one version of the contest, and you can win pretty much a hoodie, a sweatshirt or a t-shirt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you don't have any means to make a sculpture, the other contest is we would like for you to take a sock, fling it at your ceiling fan, have your ceiling fan fling the sock in the air toward an unsuspecting person, if you can hit them with the sock after flinging it into the ceiling fan. So, with all that being said, that will earn you a Shifty Sunday mug. However, it does have to be videotaped. And that one is probably a little bit more challenging, but would definitely be fun to watch.
It would be fun to watch.
Yes. So even if you can't hit anybody and you just get some good footage of you throwing your sock at the ceiling fan and the ceiling fan flinging the sock, I think we would accept that. But
yeah, we'll take all entries. But if you happen to hit a person or an animal and make them jump, that would definitely move you up in the votes, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure.
And the deadline to enter the contest is March the 9th. At that point, we will take the entries that we have received. We will review them, and within a week or two after that date, we will announce a winner and send you out the merchandise. Am I correct there, everybody?
I believe so. I wasn't sure of the end date. I didn't pay a lot of attention to that earlier. So, but yes, I believe it's going till then. And I would just say a little inside hint: even if you throw the sock up trying to hit someone else, and you're filming it, and it comes back and hits you, that would probably get a vote or two. I'm just saying. Not him, it was an accident. I'm just saying. So don't be afraid to send it in, even if that would happen to you. Yeah, and the sculpture thing, it ain't got to be a sculpture. It's just more or less make whatever you want. Make some type of artistic design out of whatever material you have at hand and send it in. And we're going to vote on our best sculpture. We just call it a sculpture because it's going to be made out of something, but basically not a drawing or anything like that. We want you to actually use objects and create something else, an animal, a person, a snow castle, a gray skull thing, whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we covered it pretty good. So
No, you can't fly a drone at someone. I think that would be dangerous. Now, if you want to put your sock on a drone and fly it across, I don't know. That might be kind of cool. Just be careful out there. Just know we don't want any injuries. We don't. No, Lotar, you can't hit them with you can't have a pool ball in it. We don't want injuries. It's just something funny. Okay, just we don't want no head wounds.
yeah, don't injure each other. It ain't a coffee cup ain't worth that. Now, come on. Don't hurt anyone in the making of your media.
And don't hold us liable for any injuries that you ensue during these such recorded antics, especially if you don't follow the guidelines.
Yeah.
And Michael said his twin boys are turning 18 tomorrow, Garrison and Trevor. So shout out to Garrison and Trevor. Happy birthday tomorrow. The big 18.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Big shout out. Happy birthday. Big shout out. Yeah. Well, hey guys, we have this that I wanted to share. Whoops, wrong button. Let's take that off there. There we go. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
All right. This is a.
So the real question is, can I unsee it once I have seen it?
No, this is kind of. I thought this was kind of neat. This is a beetle, or not a beetle, a ladybug. And well, I'll let the video do the talking for me. But I thought this was neat. Gotta play that again. Look at that. Look how he just stops like he's in a box, but there's no physical box there. It's kind of psychological, you know?
Yeah, it is kind of weird. I mean, from our perspective, but you have to keep in mind the ladybug's perspective. There's this giant metal thing scraping across his face and denting the paper with force, telling him this is not the way, my friend. So, go ahead, Armor.
Oh, I muted up. I thought I was done. Thou shalt not pass.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's kind of like if you were doing an experiment with people and it's kind of like what they're doing right now. You put tape on the floor or you put like a marker or something like an arrow. Don't go here, don't go there, but go this way, don't go that way. And just see how many people will just go a certain way or follow a certain thing without having sort of like any barricade or anything physically there. Their minds are psychologically programmed. They see that and they go, oh, I probably need to go that way or I need to go this way. And it seems like, I don't want to get in too deep with this, but this is a perfect representation of how the government sort of controls people with just using a few stickers on the floor. You know, that was my.
Yeah, that's a good point and a very good analogy. It's definitely the same type of thing.
For that.
And Dan says that's so mean, putting a beetle in a box. He's disgusted. Yeah, that is a great point, brother. It's the same thing, you know. people blindly stand on the mark or don't go down this aisle. The arrow says go down the other one, and they don't even think twice about it. There ain't nothing stopping them other than their own perception.
Conform and obey. What's the first thing you learn in kindergarten? Stand in a single file line, raise your hand to be called upon. Don't speak. Don't just call out answers in class. Stay in your space. Don't question the authority. I mean, the bell rings, get up and go. When be at the next place before the next bell rings. I mean, we're conditioned from an early age to follow directions and follow order.
Yep, absolutely.
I just thought that was interesting, and it really is funny. It's like that ladybug just saw lines there and just was like, "Oh, I can't go there, I guess," or "Oh shit, I can't go here. Well, shit, I guess I'm stuck in here now." I wonder how long it would take that ladybug just like to scurry off.
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't have stopped it right where they did. I wanted to see what he'd do now that there was a box around him.
Yeah, no, I was actually kind of getting into it, and then all of a sudden it was over. I mean, come on, man. Here's the
thing. Oh, dang it. No, I can't. You can't just pop "here's the thing" out of nowhere, man.
But that's what
why
happens.
Not?
That's what "Here the Thing's" all about.
Yeah.
Man.
Go, you know the thing.
I love the thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's my favorite part of the show.
So what's the thing, Sagi?
No, that was the thing.
You wanted me to. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Sagi. I think it could be more the fact that there was just a lot of noise and movement right there in front of him that possibly could have turned him more than the line itself. That's why I wish he'd have quit drawing and let it go and see if the ladybug just kept walking around the lines.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Like maybe take now I'm curious. I want to get like a little ant or a bug or a beetle or something and a pad of paper and some pens and start playing and see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it's only ladybugs or if it's any type of bug.
If I could create a maze and it has to figure its way through it, that would be cool.
That would be cool. Okay, now let me ask you guys this. Have you ever seen the movie Castaway?
Well, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. If I remember correctly,
I think everyone's
really nice
seen Castaway.
Okay.
That's the one where he had the super awesome luggage, right?
Huh?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't it all about his lost luggage, I think?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but go ahead. This is setting up your next clip, basically.
This is setting up this clip. This is like the scene where he loses Wilson. But here it is. I thought this was funny.
Wilson! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, Wilson!
Oh man, I want to know what
I seen that one earlier when you put it in the thing today, and I had to watch it twice before I caught on what he was saying. Because at first I didn't understand what he was saying, then I realized it was Wilson and Castaway and all that, and it was like,
yeah. I thought it was pretty funny. I'm gonna play it just one more time because these are so short. This is what our streets look like.
Wilson! Wilson! I'm sorry!
Poor snow guy.
I'm sorry, Wilson!
See, now something like that would probably win the contest. I'm just saying. Something like that would probably be so creative. It would definitely be hard to beat in my book.
The timing of the hat blowing off was perfect, too.
You mean way to catch up, Boomer. You better calm down over there, Beetle. You do your, what do you call that? No, not lurking. What do you call that? What's he do? The
trolling.
Trolling, yeah. You do your trolling with the chat people. You leave the panel alone. Boomer. Boomer. I got his Boomer. Way to catch up, Boomer. You see how he is.
Yeah. You tell him, Armor. You know what? I got something to tell him. You better
You
knock
tell him,
it off.
Hebrew.
You better knock it off over there. I'm going to take the sticks from that snowman, beat you with them. You know.
Yeah. What he
never
said.
mind. Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah.
Bring it. Go ahead.
Go to.
Actually, I watched. Did either of you guys watch Dan's show last night?
I caught part of it. I caught a good part of it this morning. What's up?
I was just
Yeah,
watching it last night.
I was so worn out from not sleeping all day. Heck, I crashed and burned about 7, 8 o'clock last night. I went to bed, so I was supposed to be on. I got a link, but I didn't even realize it till the next morning. I haven't got to see it yet. Nope.
Well, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but I actually stayed up last night and was able to watch most of it. I don't think I made it to the end. I fell asleep before the very end.
I didn't
But-
make it to the end.
There's a clip in there, or a part of his show, where Dan was talking about I'm trying to think of the best way to word it. He's basically talking about, I guess back in high school when he was younger or something of that nature, and they were doing some sort of variety show or something, and they insisted that he do the Mexican.
Oh,
hat.
yeah. He talked about that on our show, remember?
Yeah. He brought that up when he was on here when I wanted to show him the pictures of the different burrito pictures that I had captured for Taco Tuesday. Remember?
Right. We were playing that game. Is it racist?
Yeah,
Yes,
yep.
right.
I remember
Yeah.
that show. That was a good show.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the bit, and he was
Yeah.
a trooper. He played along with us and everything. And then when I heard him tell that story yesterday, I heard, and he was being a little tongue in cheek, but you could tell that he really was offended by the fact that they made him do this. They even made him wear the sombrero and all that kind of stuff. And I could tell that he really did have a problem with it. And I just wanted to extend to him that I felt that. I wanted him to know I felt that. I felt when he said that, and I wanted to apologize to him personally for the whole Mexican racist thing. Not that I really felt that he took it that way, but now knowing more of the backstory after the fact, I realized how it could have been perceived as being insensitive to his feelings, and I want him to know that I sincerely
Insensitive
apologize.
to his feelings.
Yeah.
He just told me, way to catch up, Boomer.
Right.
Don't be sucking up to the Beatle. This is how he lures you people in. He amazes me at his ability of luring. He's like,
But I wasn't finished yet. I wasn't finished yet.
oh, keep on kissing. I mean, keep on talking. Man.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead.
but with all that being said, I bet he did a really mean Mexican hat dance. And that's all I got to say.
Dum-dum.
There you go. Okay. I was wondering if you were going somewhere. I'm hearing all this sobbing. I'm like, I know Sagi has a sympathetic air, but I know he also knows, the scarab, he knows the real scarab here. This
Hey, he can take it as good as he dishes it out. I will give Dano that. I try to make sure and keep checking on that all the time. Trust me.
you keep it real. You keep it real.
I try to make sure he can still take it. I keep him tough.
Yeah.
And he does likewise. I appreciate it. Yeah. As you can see, he likes making sure I can take it too. It's a mutual thing. We help each other out. It's what brothers do.
But I got this other thing though. I do.
What other thing?
And he does say he danced his little bean off, just for the record.
He did say
Okay.
that. I
He
told
did
him.
dance his little bean off.
But I do have this thing.
All right, what thing?
You know the thing.
I had to do that. You guys do it all the time. I had to do it that time to myself. Anyway,
I love the thing. I love the thing. And I do want to say real quick, sorry, brother, but I got to just say kudos to Dan for being man enough to admit he had a little bean to dance off.
A little. Yeah. Oh boy, that's pretty good.
I'm not going to say it was a lima bean or a pinto bean. Just said it was a bean.
But do go ahead, Hebrew. We both digress.
I don't know. I think I imagine his bean as being more like a chili bean.
The fact that you even want to imagine his being, as we were talking behind the scenes earlier before Sagi got here about what you were talking about, scares me. These thoughts you have. Sometimes I worry. That's all I'm saying, brother. I care, so I worry.
Oh no! Hey, what's wrong with talking about another man's blanket?
It's better than talking about another man's being. I give you that. I will agree to that.
I was imagining that your blanket was blue.
I know, Feisty, right? She's like, why y'all discussing his being in depth? Because this is what happens on this show. Once it starts going down, it just spirals straight down. That's just the way it goes.
Didn't you see the intro? We talk about Mandela effects, ghosts, world news, and we have in-depth conversations about beans.
About
who knows what. Beans, cartons of worms. We've been known to have philosophical discussions on almost anything.
Yeah, that whole can of worms thing, that still cracks me up, man.
Like what, a half hour?
Yeah, I went on quite
can of worms discussion.
But it was such an intriguing conversation.
All right, well,
nobody's ever broke down a can of worms the way we broke down a can of worms.
That's true. That's very true. But back to what Hebrew was saying about Dan's being, or whatever he was going to talk about.
Let's put the wheels back on this show.
Good luck with that.
What are you saying? Once they've come off, we
have yet to ever put them back on. But hey, I'm always willing to try again. We will never say we didn't try. They got to give us that. I mean, it's already crashed and burned. It's 30 minutes in, so yeah, we're gonna stick around and try to revive it in the next hour and a half, 2 hours. But yeah, it seldom happens. But stick around; it's always interesting. But do go on.
I got this one thing here I want to share with you guys. You know how, like, your phone, you get the phone calls, right? You get the phone calls. Like on my phone calls, it always lets me know spam caller or a telemarketer or something like that, right? Well, when you hear of spam, what's the first thing that comes to your mind besides the technical term for computer jargon, whatever?
Canned meat.
Check this video out, my kind sir. I thought this was funny. Oh, I guess if I shared it, it would be better. Sorry. All right. My voice is going. You guys, you lost. Can you see this?
Yes.
No.
No, he says.
Hebrew, your camera is off. I mean, it's on. Oh, no, wait. No, this is the video. Never mind.
Oh, very funny. That looks more like you, doesn't it?
Yeah, give him about 30 more pounds and a head of hair, maybe.
Oh, okay. A head of hair. You're being awfully generous there, bud.
Well, I'm mostly full head of hair. How's that?
Oh, okay. I'll accept that one.
I agree. I love fried spam too. Feisty Kitten said she just ate spam. Oily Greg said spam is yummy. Yeah. Yes, fried spam and eggs. That's good stuff, man.
Yeah, as long as it's cooked properly.
Yes.
Spam is one of those things you got to nail it, or it just comes out gross.
I've done that before.
Yeah, like scrapple. Got to cook it basically like scrapple. At least for me, I like it hard, crunchy, almost, good and crispy on the outside. Yes.
And it's so easy to burn. And it takes forever to get it that way. So
yeah,
as long as you got the patience, you can make some good stuff with spam.
But I gave away the joke here, but this is funny anyway. Check this out.
Hello? Hey, you You son of a bitch. How the hell are you? I had a feeling it was you.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it was all right. I seen that one earlier too.
Did
It
you?
gave me a little chuckle, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I give him some points for originality. The only thing is, the spam shouldn't have acted like it already knew him. Because usually
Oh,
spam is
yeah.
like, hello, is this Mr. Rodriguez?
Is this Mr. Garcia? Yes, we're just calling you about your extended car warranty. It'd be that kind
I
of
know,
thing.
right? I got that call about 2-3 months ago. The extended car warranty people telling me my extended.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did they find me? Because this is like a new number I didn't have when I bought that car. I live in a totally different state. I'm like, why don't they put these people on the missing persons accounts? Because they can
Yeah.
find anybody.
There you
Well,
go.
they call me like every few weeks. I'll get the car extended warranty thing, and I've never ever owned a car that ever had any kind of warranty. So I don't know when I had the original to have an extended one.
Yeah, I don't understand how they can find people because they knew who I was when I answered the phone. Is this Wayne? I'm like, yeah, we're just calling about extending your car warranty. Yeah. Of course, I hung up, and then shortly thereafter, I got a text message explaining it, who to contact, and that's why they were trying to reach me, and all blah blah blah. But I just can't believe that they found me.
Feisty Kitten's hilarious. She said one time I saw an ad for spam on Facebook. I reported it as spam. I couldn't help myself.
That's funny.
That's good. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, but if you need somebody found, those are the people, man. They can find anybody.
Yeah, your telemarketers definitely get around. They could track someone down. It's funny you say that. One of my good news stories this week, the last one I'm going to share probably because it's my favorite this week, is about finding someone who was missing. So, interesting.
All right, well, what else you got there for us, Mr. Hebrew 77, sir?
Well, I've got two things here. The first thing is a combination of, Biden being creepy. And the reason why I want to show that is because later I'm going to show you how a real president should act towards children. So here's
interesting. And I would imagine that it's a non-sniffing.
Yeah, well,
Is there significant sniffing in this video clip?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I guess like father like son is. Father likes to sniff people, and his son likes to sniff other things. But I digress.
Sniff or smoke?
Or both.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I kind of did this one on the fly. The other one I was more prepared for. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. So I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. Here's this. Because you guys, we've seen this stuff 1,000 times already.
There's a big generational.
It's not showing on my end.
It's a black screen. We see your window, but there's no video playing.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird.
That is weird.
Hmm.
Well, now we see the spam guy again. Okay, yep. Now back to a black screen.
Okay, let me try this.
Maybe refresh.
Yeah. I do have a lot of tabs open. I have a lot of tabs open because I'm on a diet, and that's the only thing I can drink.
I don't think that's how the diet would work. I was just about to say that. Like, too many tabs is you might as well have a Pepsi.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you see it now?
No.
Yes, I see it.
Oh, okay.
Sanji, you always ruin my joke.
I'm not sure if this even gets into it, but let's see.
These allegations about Biden's behavior, I think, will be.
Okay, no, this isn't it.
Different.
All right. Let's see. There. What the heck?
It touches people. But that's increasingly...
No, this isn't it, guys. I'm sorry.
This is a classic picture, though. It is one of my favorite Biden sniffing pictures. Because the bikers are like, dude.
Yeah, look at their expression.
Dude, you might not get out of here. You best quit sniffing, brother.
I look like it. Who do you think you are, man? Like some.
Yeah, you ain't Obama. What you doing? You're just the vice president. You best back off the woman.
But we all know how Biden acted around children and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. We've all seen all that stuff already. So I don't think I need to show that one.
Yeah, he's a sniffer from way back. There's multiple videos out there. I'm sure everyone, I know everyone in our audience knows. So, yeah.
So
and then that classic clip of him talking about his leg hairs and stuff. That's always
yeah, of course, yes.
Been all over.
Yeah, and the classic, he told me I was allowed to touch him. Yes. Yes.
Scarab says she's down. Yeah, she kind of looked like she was like happy about it, you know?
Yeah, I don't think that he understands boundaries.
That's a good point. Good way to put it.
But here is how a real president's supposed to act around children. Here we go. Here's how. Not him. Not. Where did it go? Oh, I didn't put it up there yet. No wonder. Okay. I thought this was pretty neat too. This is something that was pretty cool. Oh, I guess I should share it.
Sharing is caring.
Well, as long as it's not Karen. Because she doesn't like Sharon.
Yeah, Sharon isn't Karen. Karen don't like Sharon.
Yeah, they're actually two totally different people. Sharon is one person. Karen is another person.
Here we go. I just thought that this is part 2, but I don't know. I just thought this was pretty neat.
Anybody know the name of this office? At the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And you know they say this is the most important office anywhere in the world. Is that right? And you're in the Oval Office. And your parents are behaving very nicely for a change. I feel very good. That means they love and respect you, right? Yeah. Let me get over here. We'll take a great picture. Right here. Big smile. Hey, please. You love your country? You got it? One more, kids. One more. Let's come back. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you very much, parents. We appreciate it.
You're not supposed to be sniffing on them, touching on them. You know, he's staying away from them. He's talking to them like normal people do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just thought that was a good example.
Yeah, I think you did a great job there of highlighting sniffing behavior versus non-sniffing behavior.
Yeah.
CJ, that's hilarious.
Uh-oh, what did I miss?
CJ says, dang, let me try to do my CJ accent. Yeah. Dang, I leave the room and the conversation takes a nosedive into Beetle Boy's little bean dancing, Biden sniffing children, spam, and he boy thinking about Dan's bean, mercy. And then Feisty Kitten says, it's been a roller coaster for sure.
Speaking of CJ. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that would be a great recap for like our show so far. I mean, like in the comment section, like afterwards.
That covered all the key points. Exactly. It's awesome.
But speaking of CJ, she said, go ahead, man.
I know, right? I was just going to say, I invited a long lost friend of mine. His name is Austin. He reached out to me out of the blue here recently, and I sent him the link tonight for tonight's show. So he might be listening for the very first time. If he's not listening live, he might listen later. But either way, what a heck of a first show to walk into. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bet you're real glad you sent him that link now, ain't you?
Yeah, well, I couldn't predict the future. I had no idea what would transpire once the show actually starts, as I never do. So I just gotta hope that that maybe I don't know. Maybe he'll enjoy it. Who knows?
Who knows?
You never know.
I like Dan's comment here. Sort of left it.
That's good. Trump keeps it respectful. All that touching stays in the family. That's right.
Right. Oh boy. Well, you know what they say. What do they say?
Depends on who they are.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you
Some of
can't
them say some pretty crazy stuff. Sorry, Sadie, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you can't beat them, sniff them.
But if you can beat him with a stick. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sorry. I had to say something on that. Let's
All
see.
right, you got another one for us? You got any more of those? You got any more of those TikToks, man? I'm craving another TikTok.
Here's a good one. I don't think I sent this to our Shifty Sunday or anything like that. Let me go ahead and get it up there. This one's kind of cute. This one involves a dog. Anything with a dog in it, I think, is kind of funny. Here we go. We got Guardian Matrix in here. Hey, there we go. Cool, man. Cool.
And the room's filling up. We're going to have standing room only.
If only that were the case.
We only got 10 chairs.
Yeah, true. Oh, I guess I got to wait for Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
He's giving us those puppy dog eyes.
Here we go. Oh, crap. No sound. Okay. And action.
This is how you tell the difference between a purebred dog and an inbred dog. This is a purebred dog. And this is an inbred dog. See? This is how you tell the difference between a purebred dog and an inbred dog.
That's pretty
This
good.
is a purebred dog. And this is an inbred dog. See?
I like that.
He's just sitting there like, okay, I'll do it for the TikTok, but let's get her done.
And
It's amazing how they lined up the eye holes too.
Yeah. That's good.
So there you go. That's how you can tell the difference. Did you guys know that?
I didn't know that.
And I would even say that would be a great entrance into our sculpture thing. I would accept an entry like that. That's being creative, using an item, an article, and making something out of it. That's funny.
Yes.
Got to be homemade. You can't buy a doggy outfit, put it on your dog, and said, "Look, he's an elf." No, I ain't.
And you
ain't
can't send
flying
us a
by.
link to some TikTok video where some other person did it instead of you.
Yeah, that's right. No cheating.
Let's see here. I got some stuff that Connie Joe sent. Now I played one of her songs last time on what do you call that? Thursdella?
You
I believe that's what you call it. Yes.
This is something that she sent in for Dan's show. What the heck? Not now. No, get off of there, you. I hate when it does that. I'm just going to click this. Boom. Oh, it won't let me do it. There we go. This weird looking chicken thing. She sent me this for Thursday's show, and I didn't show it, and Dan scooped it right up and used it for his show. But what the heck? I'm going to show it anyway.
There's plenty of chicken and pants for all of us.
Did you see? Yeah, you saw that one where he showed the chicken and pants.
Yeah, that's the one I assumed that you were going to play.
No, this is the one. This is in the video. This is this funny looking chicken.
Polish chickens, yeah, they're hilarious. We used to have some of them. Not quite that. Not a buff laced Polish chicken, but I always call them hippie chickens because they always got the afro going on.
Yeah, why does it look like it just left the hairdresser and she messed it up? Like
Tell 'em.
like the salon did it. Look what the salon did to me.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Oh, yes, they did.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
Hen don't play that.
You can talk to that. You can talk to the what
Talk to
is
the
it?
wing.
Yeah, talk to the wing.
See, you get one wheel on, boom, another one falls right back off. It's
Yeah.
just the way it goes.
It goes on here. Yeah. Well, hey, it wouldn't be Shifty Sunday if all of our wheels didn't come off, guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
Who wants to be on a smooth riding show? What fun is that? Go watch Mainstream if that's what you want.
Yeah, for sure.
But at least we are sticking to our schedules somewhat.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
better
Sunday.
than most bus services. So, what more do you want?
Okay, so here we go. There's that. Now, Connie Joe will sing a song for us.
All right.
All right.
Let's see which one.
Guardian Matrix says WTF. What the foul? That's good.
Let's see. I shared the first one, I think, the country song. Let's see. On Thursday, so I'll share this one. I guess I can go back to that one shared on this show. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, you guys can see that.
Yep.
Well, I'll be darned. Okay, cool. Well, here we go. See, I'm prepared tonight, fellas. I've got it all. I got it all down, man. I got it all. We're missing your favorite part of the show, Sagi. I haven't been lacking here too much.
Well, yeah, well, you're getting better with time.
Yeah.
It only took you two years to figure it out. So what the heck?
Yeah, that's right. It's almost been 2 years in our Shifty Sunday broadcast. We might have a little anniversary party. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Here we go.
Y'all pick the one you like the best. No, two. I'll be two. Used to spend my nights out in a bar room. Liquor was the only love I'd known. But you rescued me from reaching the bottom and brought me back from being hard to go. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, oh, I stay stoned on your love all the time. Oh, I've looked for love in all the same old places. Found the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But when you poured out your heart, oh, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, oh, I stay stoned on your song one. Y'all pick the one you like the best.
Oh, I guess it's playing again. All right.
That's the one I like the best. I love that song too, Feisty Kitten. Who did that originally? I was sitting here trying to remember who that original song was. That's an old one. That's an awesome old song.
Yeah. I'm so vain. I actually thought that song was about me.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I don't know, man, but I'll tell you what, Connie Joe, good singing. Good singing, by the way.
Awesome singing as always. The one she sent me, though, is still my favorite, but I could be a little prejudiced. Chris Stapleton. Ah, okay. Thank
She
you,
actually
Feisty.
did do a great job. She not only did she sing it well, but she got the vibe of the song, the mood, the passion, the emotion of it. I mean, there's way more to singing than just singing on notes. There's a song like that you have to get into the feel of the song, and she totally nailed it.
Yeah, she always does that. She always just personifies the song, like you said, or however you want to put it. She always does that in my book.
Yeah, that one we showed on Thursday. Let me go ahead and play that one. I think that was a pretty good song as well. Then I got some deep controversial stuff to talk about. The stuff I was going to talk about at the beginning. You're like, well, you dangled the carrot in front of me, and then you don't.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're gonna get serious again and get it back on rails, and all right, if we have to, go ahead.
but yeah, here's the other song Connie sent me. Let me see here. I played it on Thursday. Let's see. I got to get back in the messenger mess and
Thank you, Connie. Don't thank us. Thank you. He said thanks, guys, so I was responding. Sorry.
okay. No, you got a wonderful, beautiful singing voice there. It was your gift to us. We like it. We encourage people to send us stuff. Anything you guys can send us, we encourage it. We may not always get to it right away, but when we do get to it, oh brother, we get to it. But this was actually the first one. This is the first one. That was the second one I was playing. What the heck's going on here? I don't know. Oh, I gotta see. I still somehow managed to do your favorite part of the show, Sagi. There we go. Let's see. You guys see this?
No.
No.
Oh man. For real?
Well done, Sagi. Well done.
I'm gonna play it anyways.
Like with you guys, I don't care. I'm playing it anyways.
That's right.
Don't watch.
Here we go.
Song 2, Cowboy Sweetheart.
Oh, this is song 2.
I
Okay.
wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna learn to rope and ride. I wanna ride through the plains and the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. It's life I love the best. Yo lady, yo lady, yo lady, oh lady, oh lady. Yo lady, yo lady, yo lady, oh lady, oh lady. I wanna ride, okay, moving and a run. I wanna feel the wind in my hair. 1,000 miles away from home, moving at a cowhand's pace. I want a bed on my head beneath the open sky as the sun sets in the west. I want to strum my guitar and yodel. It's like I love the bass. Yodel, 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 lady, old 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 lady. That's the best yodel I can do, y'all. Cookie taught me that much, but that's not one of the best yodels. That's all right. It'll do. Leanne Rhymes put this out. All this music is Song 2, Cowboy Sweetheart.
All right.
I wanna be cowboy.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Hebrew? All right, well, listen again.
In the desert, out west of the Great Divide, I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be a cowboy, sweetheart. It's like I love the best. Yodelay, 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 yodelay. Yodelay, yodelay, yodelay. I wanna ride the pain, moving and a run. I wanna feel the wind in my hair. 1,000 miles away from home, moving at a cowhand's pace. I want a bed on my head beneath the open sky as the sun sets in the west. I want to strum my guitar and yodel away. It's like I love the bass. Yodel, yodelay, 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 yodelay. Old lady, old lady, old lady, old lady, old lady. That's the best yodel I can do, y'all. Taught me that much.
I love it. That's the best yodel I can do, y'all.
Hey, like I was trying to do it. I couldn't.
Oh, yeah,
do
it ain't
much
easy
better.
to yodel.
Here we go.
Oh, go ahead.
Yodelay, yay, yay, yodelay, yay, yay. See, I can't do it.
How'd that go? I missed it. Glitched out. Do that again.
Yodelay, yay, yay, yodelay, yay, yay.
There's a sound bite we're going to be using later.
There you go.
Oh, that was good. That was awesome, Connie. That's good stuff. Yodel better than I could yodel. I'm not going to go Sagi's route and show you. Just take my word for it.
Yeah, it kind of like reminds me of what I sound like when, like I'm at the, when you're at the fancy restaurant and then the waitress lets the bill down and everybody looks at you like you're supposed to pull out your wallet, and I'm like yodelay, yay, yay.
Feisty Kitten said you sound like a teen boy hitting puberty.
Yeah, kind of like Peter Brady, or no, wait, what was the other Brady?
Greg, whatever was Greg, Peter, and what was the little Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby. Whenever he was, there was that episode about his voice cracking.
I would tell you a joke I told. We used to be big in a Risk community years ago, a big Risk community. Risk, the game Risk, and it was online.
I like the game Risk.
Yeah, it was online, and we were big. I mean, we had 100 and some members and competitions and all kinds. It was awesome. I was in that for a long time. And my boy was in it, too. He was, growing up, and at that time of his age where his voice was started to change and stuff. And yeah. I can't repeat the joke I said back then, but it was funny to all the online people, because we'd be like this on TeamSpeak talking and playing, and it was hilarious. But yeah, that comment reminded me of that.
Yeah, just like Sagi, if you had a third ball, it just dropped. Just saying. Just waiting.
All right, enough about.
Sorry. Go ahead. What now?
Yeah.
Scarab says if you start yodeling when they bring you the bill in the fancy restaurant, he promises you won't have to pay the tab.
Okay. Yeah.
There you
They'll
go.
escort you right out.
Oh, they won't just let me be like the tonight's entertainment and comp my bill, huh?
Probably not. Yeah, that's awesome, Connie. And just having fun. That's what it's all about, girl.
Yep.
Especially when you get up there at our ages. You might as well have fun. That's what life's all about. Can I edit the joke? Well, sort of, Michael, but it ain't quite as funny if you edit it. I'll just tell you, the heck with it. Basically, he got on to one day, because we played all the time, tournaments and stuff. And we was always playing. And he was always on TeamSpeak with us talking. Well, he got on the one day, and his voice had dropped a little bit. And they all noticed right away, and they're like, hey, are you sure that's you? You don't sound like you. You got a deeper voice, And I said, I'm such a proud papa. My boy's nuts have finally dropped. I am so proud. And he was like, Dad. They all started cracking up. But yeah, it was funny stuff. He was so embarrassed. Because like I said, it was a big community. Big community. It was hilarious.
Well, hey, there wasn't really nothing wrong with that joke.
Well, no, but yeah. I just try to refrain anymore.
You're on the wrong show for refraining.
That's
brother.
true. I give that up long ago. Who am I fooling? Who am I trying to be patriarchal? What the heck's wrong with me? This is Shifty Sunday.
But hey, now it's time to drop some seriousness.
Uh-oh.
Like,
Uh-oh. Time to get serious. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. I'm ready.
all right, change hats. Change
Yeah,
helmets.
switch my hat.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm sitting in my office and I'm sitting there thinking,
And by office, you mean restroom, right?
well, yeah, Sagi, I was trying not to be so.
Well,
blunt.
what's wrong with that? If I can say nuts, you can say bathroom.
Yeah, true.
Shifty Sunday, yo.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I just know that's where you conduct your official business. That's all. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know
Clarify
that.
for the
Well, we
audience.
all know that.
Yeah.
I figured they did.
My official business, right? No, I mean it's like what did we say when we were on the phone? You said that's like saying I wrote this song while singing in the shower.
Yeah, exactly.
The bathrooms where you get most of your creative ideas done. I'm just saying.
It's where stuff
Oh.
happens.
It's where it proverbially and literally all goes down, my friend.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Don't get me started on the toilet incident of the plunger. But anyway, no. We were talking about that backstage a little bit. I told him a story about my friend, but I won't go there on this show. We got to keep it at least somewhat classy,
And
Just
notice
saying.
how I've already.
When did we start that?
Yeah, what's up with you guys trying to like hold back and having reservations all of a sudden? I mean, what's going on here? Have we shifted reality?
We shifted.
We're-
It's Shifty Sunday.
Am I now the loose cannon on this show?
Yeah.
Sagi is the wild man.
There you go.
All right, so you were trying to get to something. You were in your office, and
Yeah.
that's as far as I think we made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about where we all digressed again.
But I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, thinking about the whole vaccine thing. And what if my doctor approaches me about the vaccine? How am I going to, like, he says, so you want to take the vaccine? What am I going to say to him? Like, this was my thought in my head. I'm like, instead of just saying, no, I'm not, no, thank you, I'm not doing that, I'm not going to take it, or being a very stern no, I'm like, no way, I ain't taking that shit. How would I approach this? And I'm thinking, instead of being sort of all like that about it, all sort of like, I'm not going to take. Why don't I approach it this way? Why don't I ask him, what are the benefits of taking the vaccine? What is it to me if I take the vaccine? Is it going to protect me? Is it going to protect my family? Am I still not going to get it if I take it? Just approach him with that question. What are the, sort of like, what's the facts that shows that this shit actually works? That would be my approach to telling them that.
Well, I would say it depends on your doctor. Because I can tell you how I approach my doctor with flu shots and pneumonia shots and colonoscopies and all the things they want you to do at my age when they bring it up. I can tell you how I approach mine and what he says, but it all depends on your doctor. If you got an average doctor, he's going to quote you all the benefits of taking the vaccine that the company give him that's wrote down on the paper that he memorized to tell you how good it'll be and how it can save your family. If you got a real doctor, they might tell you something different. So, first of all, it totally depends on your doctor.
Yeah, and but you know what? There's nothing wrong with, if it is something where you have a good rapport built up with your family physician or whatever. I mean, and you feel comfortable enough, having real talk with that such individual, then yeah, by all means, go for it. But like Armour was saying, I would imagine that if it's not like a doctor that you've built some type of rapport where you can talk frankly with, and you're not like on that kind of level with, then I think that you're probably just going to get the generic bullet point answers that that they're going to give anybody, and it's just going to be satirical propaganda that you're going to get. You're not going to get any real answers. Now, here's a real question you might want to ask a doctor. I'm sitting there thinking about it once you posed the question, Hebrew. Did you get the vaccine? Would you to your doctor, have you received it? And would you feel comfortable with any member of your family receiving it? If that's what I would like to ask a doctor. Have you personally got it? And did you have any side effects or feel any type of way after having it? And or would you give it to your own kids or your own wife? Or do you feel comfortable enough with it to let them let them have it? It'd be interesting to see what kind of answer you would get there. That's my thought.
Here's where I'm getting at with all of this, though, is like the vaccine. Of course, I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to ever get it. But here's coming to it from a point of view. I'm not a non-vaxxer because, I have been getting the flu shot. Like I get the flu shot every year. Been getting the flu shot since the day I was born. Well, not since the day I was born, but for a very long time. And, I don't know if this is just coincidence. Does it work? I don't know. Or is it just a placebo effect where I'm thinking I get the vaccine or the flu shot? I mean, not the vaccine, the flu shot. And then I'm not going to get the flu. Now, ever since I've had this shot, I've never gotten the flu. I've never had any harsh side effects. I've never had any other things happen to me that I know of. So I go ahead and I take it every year. I take the flu shot. So with that being said, I'm not saying that that's what's keeping me from getting the flu, but I noticed I never had the flu. But that could all be just a frame of mind too. Like I get the shot, okay, now I'm not going to get the flu. You know what I'm saying? But
well, on the counterpoint, I never get any type of shots.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't say never, because once in a great while, maybe every, 5 years, I don't know, I don't keep track. But once in a great while, I do come down with what most would say is the flu at that time of the year for a week or so. It'll bring me down. But not every year, not often. So, does the flu shot keep you from getting it the few times I've got it over the decade that you've got the shot and I haven't? Maybe. Or, the fact that I got it 2 or 3 times in the last 10 years without a shot and you didn't get it at all, I mean, it saved you 2 or 3 cases of the flu in as me, for an example, because I may have had it 2 or 3 times in the last 10 years. You know what I mean? And I don't take their shot. So I would agree more with possible placebo effect. That's highly, if that's what medicine is based on, basically. They want you to believe their stuff works, or, it's all where you put your belief. That's a little clue, people. But yeah, they want you to believe that this medicine will work. So if you believe it, it might work. You know what I mean? There's a certain power in that, for real. What you believe. I'm not saying you can manifest reality. I'm just saying there is proven fact that your mind can do that kind of stuff in your own personal body. If you believe you're sick and dying, you're probably going to be sick and dying. If you believe you're healthy, you're going to be healthy. If you believe Father's taking care of you, you're going to be, it's all in what you believe. So yeah, possible placebo effect, but I just don't take them, and because I believe in something different than the fact that needle is going to save me from getting the flu.
Right.
I believe Father will keep me from getting the flu, and if I get the flu, it's all right. Father will get me through it. Flu's just, you're sick. Oh, ooh, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, the reason I don't take it is just like I said. I don't put my belief in medicine. I put my belief in the great physician, as some say, not medicine. And I tell my doctor the same thing. Like I was saying earlier, I'll tell you what I tell my doctor. When they bring it up, and my doctor, luckily, now I've come to find out after I've told him the things I've told him, and we've talked over the last few years, is pretty cool. And I just tell him, hey, me and the Father got this. He takes care of me. I don't need none of your medicine. I don't need none of your shots. And they'll do their tests, because I got to go a couple times a year for my checkup so I can keep my medical benefit through the VA. So I let them do their vampire blood test and all that twice a year. And I just tell them straight up, the Father got this. I'm good. And then they'll do their test, and they're always like, you are, amazingly healthy for someone your age doing the stuff you do and have done. They said, so he just says, I ain't arguing with you. You do what you're doing. He said, how am I going to tell you anything different when I'm looking at your results? You know what I mean? So that's the way to do it. Just tell them the truth. Just tell them no for whatever reason, or just tell them like I do. I believe in the Father, not man's medicine. I don't need it. I'm good. Right. I don't want your stuff. I don't need your stuff. I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, and it's obvious. I mean, if you apply any level of critical thinking to what's going on with the what you actually know to be true versus what the mainstream media or lamestream media tries to tell you is true, and it's obvious that there's that it's just a bunch of it was a rushed thing. What they skipped normal
Well, that's where I
trials.
was getting
They
at.
skipped the
This is where
they skipped the animal testing.
Mhm.
And from what I understand, I mean, I haven't I don't know this for a fact, but there hasn't really been any proof that they've ever even isolated the virus.
Right.
There really isn't. The vaccine isn't even supposed to keep you from catching it. They admit that.
Right.
The vaccine is just to lessen the symptoms. It doesn't even stop it from being contagious if you catch it. You just have less symptoms. But with all that being said, they don't focus on telling you that. They just focus on telling you the things that they want you to focus on. It's a bunch of smoke and mirrors, and it's really a sad state of affairs. There's a doctor that was running because nobody's showing up to get the vaccine. He had all these ones that were about to go bad. So, and he was thinking in his mind, well, I don't want them to just expire, because if they, after a certain amount of time, they expire, right? They have a real short shelf life. So he went ahead and started calling people that he knew, and nobody would. He ended up doing some of his family members, his wife and kids and cousins and uncles. And when he turned in the report or whatever, the people looking through the notes or in the information, doing the data entry or whatever, happened to notice a lot of the people that he had vaccinated had the same last name as the doctor. So they they questioned him about it, and he explained to them what had happened and that they were going to expire, and versus letting them expire, he started making calls. Some of his family member were the people who answered the calls and came in, and now he's being charged for not doing it properly or falsely showing favoritism to whatever. They're saying he didn't even really make an attempt to try to get to the people in the ghetto that he was supposed to vaccinate. You see what I'm trying to say? They're purposely wanting certain people to get the shots in a specific order for a specific reason. Now, what those reasons are, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, sure, we could come up with all kinds of conspiracy theories all day long about it, but and then you even have the other day two women dressing up like grandmas to try to get the vaccine. They dressed up as elderly people and stood in line at the vaccine center so that they could get the vaccine. I actually just recently sent you that article. I think there's a picture of them dressed up as grandmas trying to get the vaccine. But yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, it's crazy. A lot to talk about, a lot to think about.
That's nuts. Around here, you can go over to local Rite Aid and sign up, and you can get your COVID shot. There ain't no lines or nothing. I mean, you might have to wait a few days till it's your turn, but yeah, you just go in and sign a sheet, and when it's your turn, they'll be happy to call you in and shoot you up. So that's crazy. Yeah, and my doctor actually even admitted to me, like probably a few years ago now, when I'd kept telling him the same thing over and over and over, tell the nurse the same thing. He's finally like, I'll tell you, dude, I don't blame you. I don't get them flu shots either. He said, I don't do none of those shots. He said, I just got to ask you because I'm a veteran doctor and it's, we got to go through the checklist. I have to ask you. He said, but I don't blame you at all. He said, I wouldn't take them. And that was the flu shots.
Mm.
So I said, my doctor's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He finally started talking real with me, you know what I mean? I'd always wear my spiritual warfare and stuff shirt and stuff like, what's that shirt say? Spiritual warfare and stuff. That's cool. I was like, yeah, that's channel online I follow, Through the Black. Check him out. So he's a pretty cool doctor. He's an older guy, too. He's pretty cool.
I'd have to say the thing that I'm struggling with right now the most is just keeping, like, as much as I don't want people to tell me what to do, I don't want to become that guy where I tell other people what to do or cast any type of judgment or shame on them for feeling a certain type of way. For example, like when you're out and about and you see somebody, for me, it's the opposite. Instead of mass shaming somebody for not wearing a mask, I look at them funny for wearing the mask, especially if they're outside or by themselves or driving in their car. I can't help but think that they're ridiculous, But
oh yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to judge. I mean, I don't know what that particular person's thing is. Maybe there's maybe he's got somebody lying in the backseat of his car asleep, and I can't see him. I mean, or maybe he just wears a mask for a totally different. So people should really just kind of, like, on one hand, school of thought, I'm like, I should just mind my own business. But on the other hand, I see people out there going out there with bullhorn and a sign trying to wake up the world that, we're being fooled, trying to red pill everybody and make them wake up and see what's really going on. I can see how maybe we need to be doing more of that. All I really do is this little podcast called Taco Tuesday and Shifty Sunday. Am I doing enough? I don't know, but I digress. I'm just kind of ranting at this point, but it really is a tough call.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't down anybody that gets a flu shot. My mom used to always get the flu shot. I know all kind of some of my friends get their flu shot. I don't go in and say, "Oh, you're crazy. You shouldn't." You know what I mean? Hey, it's free will. It's your choice. When they ask, I'll give them my opinion, just like I gave you guys my opinion. I tell them why I believe what I believe, but I don't try to sway their opinion. It's up to them. Same way with this vaccine. Hey, if you want to go get that vaccine, that's up to you. I sure ain't going to do it. I'll be happy to tell you why I ain't going to do it if you're curious, if I'm talking to somebody. But, I'm not going to tell you don't do that. You know what I mean? I might tell you why I wouldn't do that. But in the end, I'm not going to say, well, you took the shot. You're going, you're marked forever now, like some people are saying. Your DNA is going to change and you're going to hell and no one can save you. No, I'm not buying into that side of the fence either. Don't tell me God can't do something. What do you mean no one can save you? I think God can save whoever he wants. You know? So I don't quite go to that extreme either. But
Yeah.
no, I just don't.
Well,
So I agree with you. Yeah, I'm rambling now. Yeah, absolutely. It ain't like I down anybody if they want to get a shot. You want to get a shot? Get a shot. That's cool. That's between you and your doctor and, you know, your conscience. If you want a shot, get a shot. I'm saying don't do it. I take cholesterol medicine. It's natural. I won't take anything man-made, so the doctor finally talked me into a natural one, which is just a mineral or something, whatever, niacin, whatever that is. I think it's a mineral or something. It's natural. And I take vitamin D. So it ain't like I'm saying I don't take anything. I'm just saying I'm very choosy as to what I put in my... If God ain't made it, I don't want it. That's just my philosophy.
Oh,
God
yeah.
made
And
the minerals. God made vitamin D. You know what I'm saying? Man didn't invent those things. So sure, I'll give them a whirl. If you say I need those, sure. But yeah, if man made it, that's fine. You go ahead and keep it. I'm good.
And that's just it. I mean, that's what you see like on the news or mainstream media, right? You see the vaccine, you know, we're going to have to do this when we need the vaccine. We really need the vaccine. And you know, what you don't hear them talking about is the other things that aren't making the pharmaceutical companies lots of money. You know, like the hydrochloroquine with the zinc. You know, don't even. I probably shouldn't even have said it. You know, taking vitamins and eating healthy and exercising and going out and getting fresh air and maybe a little bit of sunlight and taking a walk with your dog today. Those things might help you prevent getting sick too. But you know, just put all your faith in the vaccine. That then we'll be able to reopen once everybody gets a shot in their arm. But you know, it really doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. And that's why, you know, I say it's such a good idea like Hebrew was how this all started. Should I question the doctor? How should I talk to him about this? Do like I did. Build that rapport with the doctor. Let him know you stand where you stand. And eventually, you'll probably find out if they're a real doctor and willing to tell you the truth, like mine finally did after a while. They're not taking it either. And they'll probably start prescribing you natural things if you keep refusing the man-made things. Believe me, they tried to give me all the other different cholesterol medicine. Simvastatins and this a statin and that a statin. And no. And I said, look, you got what is natural that will control cholesterol. You're worried about it, so give me a natural remedy. I'll try it. I'm not taking none of these man-made drugs. And actually, our doctors used to switch it to VA a lot. We finally got one that sort of stays there now. And finally, this doctor came, and I told him the same thing. Look, I'll take natural stuff. I mean, I tried their statins, but no, they immediately give me muscle aches. I tried them for maybe a week and threw them out. And a year later, when I went back, they asked me if I was taking them. I said, no, I threw them out. They gave me muscle spasm. So I said, look, you give me something natural. I'm willing to give it a try. I said, what can I eat different? What can, you know, because they want you to change your whole diet. That don't work. I said, like, is there like garlic or is there something natural that helps lower cholesterol? And he said, yeah, there's niacin. Try some niacin. I'm like, okay. And I come home and I asked the wife, I said, hon, is niacin natural? Because even then I didn't trust the doctor and I don't know, you know, I wasn't sure. And she goes, yeah, that's just like a mineral. That's totally natural. I said, okay. And I've been taking that ever since. So if you build that rapport with your doctor and he's a real doctor and truly cares about his patients and not what their company's pushing, then he'll probably start prescribing more natural things for you. And you won't have to go out and try to research and find them because your doctor knows what's natural and what works. Believe me. Problem is, a lot of them don't want to share it. Because a lot of them, if they share too much natural stuff, they sort of end up not being doctors anymore and probably not breathing anymore, if you know what I mean. Because that happened a while back. A whole bunch of natural doctors sort of had ill things happen to them all of a sudden. Quite a bunch of them in quite a spurt. Probably, 5, 6 years ago?
Yeah, it was a big rush of homeopathic physicians just suddenly we're out of practice. Yeah, it happened.
So yeah, but yeah, so that's what, you know, like you said, Hebrew, when you brought this up, how should you talk to your doctor? Just talk truthful to him. Tell him where you stand, mean it, and eventually, if they're a good doctor, they'll probably open up and start telling you they agree and you can try this instead.
Well, here's the thing.
You know the thing.
I love the thing.
I've been waiting to do that the whole time you guys were talking, but and this is the reason why I brought up the flu shot to begin with. It's like, yes, I do take the flu shot. I take it every year, and it works for me. It's just me. It's probably more than a mental thing, more than likely. It just gives me that certain security blanket. Like I said, there are no ill effects, so I have no problem doing it. But I'm not going to sit there and sell it like it were Budweiser to people. Hey, you should take. No, I'm not that guy, you know. But I do know that it's been around for a while. They've had time to test it. They've tested it on the animals. They've splintered their technique. They've fine-tuned it and whatever. And I know that doesn't really matter. There can still be ill effects. There's still going to be side effects. There's still whatever medicine, whatever drug, you know, pharmaceutical company, you know, like you said, unless it's natural, it ain't very good for you at all, period. And I get that.
I mean, whenever you're injecting something straight into your vein,
right.
Something could happen. Yeah.
And I get that. And here's the thing also.
You know the thing.
I love that.
The thing is, on the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, is I'm totally against it. I don't want to take it. I've seen what can go wrong. I've seen things that go wrong, and I think the vaccine and the disease itself is all bullshit. I'm not saying it's 100% bullshit, but I'm saying they exaggerate. They make up the numbers. They squeeze that out there so the pharmaceutical companies can make money. I think that's the biggest thing. I think all of this shutdown and all the bullshit that's going on, it's all bullshit. However, I will say that if somebody was to come to me with 100% proof, not what the big heads say on TV, not listening to them, but if someone was to come up with a 50-page report or a 100-page report that showed me the facts, showed me the numbers, showed me that it does actually work, if there's a virus to begin with to get rid of, which I'm not saying that there isn't, but just show me the numbers, man. Show me that it actually works. And hell, I might even take it. But I'm not going to take something that's, number one, not been tested on animals, not been out for not even a year, hasn't even been out for 6 months. I'm not taking something that people are telling people to take just for the sake of taking. It's not going to help you get rid of the virus. It's not going to cure you from the virus. It's not going to keep you from getting the virus. It's not going to keep people around you from getting the virus. So that right there alone should tell you something. But I'm, at the same time, I'm not going to sit and tell people, don't get the vaccine, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be like that. If it makes you feel comfortable, just like the flu shot makes me feel comfortable, if you want to get it, you get it at your own risk. You know what I'm saying? But what it boils down to, what is a shame, is me being against the vaccine, and then when I hear a family member saying they're going to go get it and I can't stop them, like I tried to talk them out of it, they're going to get it anyway. It's heartbreaking. It's upsetting because you hear all the bad things that does happen to people that get it. But we just got to cross our fingers and hope that bad stuff doesn't happen to those people. And
yep, I can relate to that because my daughter, she just recently started her job as a nurse. She graduated nursing school, and about 3 weeks ago, she started working as a nurse. And I know sooner or later, being in the field that she's more than likely going to have to get the vaccine and or any other vaccines that they come out with, because you work in that profession, you pretty much have to get whatever the flavor of the week is, right? And
Well, that's the other thing
You know the thing.
that we talked about, and we talked about it on the phone, is what if here's the situation you laid down for me, Sagi, and I thought about this for a minute or two. You have a child and the schools start opening back up, and they tell you your child will not be eligible to go to school unless they have the vaccine.
Well, that's going to happen. I guarantee you. You ain't going to be able to travel. Yeah, that's almost a given, dude.
Yeah.
Not a what if. That's a when.
And look how many people out here, didn't think twice about putting a mask on, and now are wearing 2 or 3 masks. They're not going to think twice about getting the vaccine. Most people are just going to line up, stick their arm out, and go with the flow, man. That's the way it is.
It's sad, man. It's a sad choice. And when you mentioned that, I thought, well, we kind of do have a choice. I mean, we could homeschool if they give us the choice to give them virtual classes. We could do that. Of course, they're not going to give us that choice. They're going to make it so we have to take it, and we have to give our children it. And it's crazy. And I was talking about this. This kind of all leads into what do you call it? Theories. Oh, conspiracy theories also, but I'll talk about that after we wrap up with this one. But I just want to know, Sagi, what was your thought on that?
I mean, I have mixed feelings. On one hand, I'm proud of my daughter that she graduated nursing school, and I'm happy for her that she's found a good profession. But could it have happened at a worse time? And I've had conversations with her about it, and I know that she doesn't want the vaccine, but I don't want to tell her everything that I know, because I don't want to make it even worse, because I already know what she knows enough that she knows she doesn't want it. So that's enough, right? I don't want to put more in her head as to why she shouldn't take it if she's already got enough information in her head to know she doesn't want it, because it's something she's eventually going to probably have to do, or she's going to have to rethink her profession, right? As much as I don't want her to have to get it, I understand it's just a necessary part of her job. So at this point, I've just decided I'm just going to, let her decide for herself. That's all I can do.
Yep, and I totally agree. I mean, like I said, I don't tell anybody what to do. I'll tell them why I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? If you're old enough to make your own decision, now let's make sure we understand that too, because I got a special needs brother that sort of applies differently to. He can't honestly choose whether or not to get it. He can choose by what someone tells him. Like if they tell him you can't go back to work if you don't get the vaccine, do you want the vaccine? He's going to say yeah, because he wants to go back to work. He's not thinking about the vaccine anymore. You see what I'm saying? That's the way his mind works. It'd be the same thing if you told him, if you want to play your Xbox later tonight, you have to get this shot. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So there is different cases than just, if you are able and make your own decision and are an adult and all that, fine. Again, it comes down to your own free will and choice. But, we don't have to just, cross your fingers and hope nothing happens. In those situations, you pray that nothing will happen for the people. You know what I mean? You still can, you can care about someone without having to talk them out of getting it. You can pray for them if they do get it. I mean, that's just as effective as them not getting it. Again, our Father can do whatever he wants. He can make it like you never got that shot, whether you got it or not. I believe this kind of stuff. Not everybody believes that. But I do. Father can do whatever he wants. So pray for anyone if you love them that has to get the shot. I mean, if you want, try to talk them out of it. If that's what you want to do. I mean, maybe you can. That's awesome. But if you can't, or if you respect their free will to make their own choice, then pray for them if you love them. That's way more important than taking a chance you can talk them out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's a guarantee. That's a guarantee. As long as you're following the Father, right? You know, all that stuff. You can't just pray for him if you don't really have any power, if you don't believe, if you're not filled with the Spirit, if you ain't born again. I mean, you can still pray for him, and Father is merciful. But I'm saying if you are born again and following the Spirit and doing what you're supposed to do, and you pray for someone, that's guaranteed. I don't care what anybody says. It's a guarantee, unless they're meant to go that way. Again, Father knows everything. I can't say you can control what the Father does by prayers either. I don't want to be misunderstood. But prayers of a righteous person goes a long way. That's a given. That's in the Bible. So, if they're meant to die that way, though, they're meant to die that way. There's nothing anyone can do about it. When it's your time to go, it's your time to go. But either way, pray. That's the most effective thing you could do if someone has to take a shot and you care about them, or wants to take a shot and you care about them. Because, I mean, it's your best thing to do, and what else can you do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Armor. And definitely pray. I mean, whenever in doubt, pray, right? I mean, that's the answer to that.
How
And,
dare you? How dare you spill some truth like that? You heretic, you. How dare you?
You know, it's funny you say that, because here's the thing, man.
Wait, Suso in the house. Okay.
But go, you know the thing.
It's essentially all intertwined. The thing we're discussing, along with the thing we're discussing. And let me clarify. We're talking about the vaccine, and we're talking about educating our loved ones on what we know, right? And this is kind of like going hand in hand right now. The situation we're in, where we're being fed this information, and they're off the same time that they're rolling out all of these new things to train us. You know, put on the masks, isolate, stay home. When you do go out, stay 6 feet apart. You know, when we reopen the bars, we're not turning on the TVs. It's almost as if they are trying to keep us. And then you look at all the YouTube channels that they're shutting down for even wanting to talk about it, and Twitter accounts that are going, anything that's going against the grain or the narrative is getting shut down more and more and more and more and more. You're just slowly seeing lights go out. Like if you're looking at if you're looking at the landscape of the city overnight, and you can see all the different lights on, you know, all the different houses, and you see a porch light go out here, a porch light go out there, a light here, light there. Eventually, all only lights that will still be glaring will be the ones that support the official narrative. And that's essentially, slowly, they're chipping away at our ability to even have these conversations. The thing that we're talking about, this thing right now that we're doing, this is the thing that I'm more concerned about than whether or not I'm going to get the vaccine. I'm worried about how much longer we're going to have a platform where we can get up here and we can just have these kind of conversations, because it seems like it's getting freakishly harder and harder and harder to find a place where you can safely just openly discuss stuff like we're doing right now.
Yep, absolutely. Did we lose our host again?
Yeah, I know, right?
We must have lost him again.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Yes,
you.
you.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with Mr. Sagi on most of that stuff he said, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, that's really where my concern lies, man, is how much longer are we going to be able to, I mean, like you're just not, every time you say the word COVID with the word vax, you know, and I was afraid to say hydrochloroquine. I mean, when you're afraid just to say, what is it they call it in 1984, bad thought or bad think or something like that?
Double, or what is it? Yeah.
Double
Wrong
speak.
think.
Wrong thing.
Wrong think.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm having wrong think.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of wrong think on this show.
Speaking of wrong think, look, here's the deal. Okay, so
Oh, not the deal.
oh man. All right. Here's the thing.
Go, you know the thing.
There you
I
go.
love the thing.
All right. So I was thinking earlier today about conspiracy theories and where did they come from and how did they get to be and who believes them and how does so much of people get a following? Like when you think about flat earthers, for an example, like how did that begin? How much of it has a following? And how did it get so popular? And how did it get such a following? You think about the books that people write, and it takes a man or woman. I'm not trying to be, sexist here on this show. That's the last thing I want to be, especially if Lorraine Lamore is watching. But anybody who comes up with this with a theory and then it takes one person to follow that and then next thing you know several people are following it. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be flat earth or did a man land on the moon, who shot JFK, who really shot JFK, and what about the Peter Pan, or this and that, the other thing, but I'll give you an example, and it's going to be a crazy off the wall example.
I would expect nothing less from you, my friend.
That's right.
Let's say I wanted to start a conspiracy theory, but I wanted to make it so true and so believable that everyone, well, not everyone, but like half the planet would believe it. You think back about all the old folks tales that we used to hear, like, TV will melt your brain, like literally the radiation coming from it will cause your brain waves to go or a green potato chip. If you eat green potato chips, then your kids will have retardation. You hear stuff like that. Like, let's take the green potato chip theory for an example. I know it's so off the wall and it's so out there. First of all, how many of you have heard about the green potato chip theory?
Well, what do you mean, green potato chip theory?
I hate the green potato chips. They're nasty.
Yeah, but have you ever heard of that before?
No, please do tell.
Yeah, they used to say like if your mom ate the green potato chips that you would be born retarded. That was an actual saying. I'm not making this up. You can Google it, look it up, whatever. But what if one day that became, like, it's not going to now, but what if back then when people were going around saying silly stuff like that, what if that became like the flat earth theory? What if people bought into that? Like, it would take a really highly intelligent man, a really deceptive person to even get people to believe a thing like that. But it could happen. It could happen. And when you think about, and I don't want to piss off the flat earth community or anything, but when you think about flat earth, like, if I wasn't a truther, if I didn't believe in the Mandela effect the way I do, and I was just an outsider looking in the box, I would think that was just potato chip theory. Like, I would be one of those guys. You know how there's every guy for the one guy. Like, there's every guy who tries to debunk everything. You remember us talking about that, Sagi? How you were like, they try to, like, take one.
That's actually, I can't tell you how many times when I was watching the flat earth stuff, when I first got exposed to it, and the people had the channels or whatever. A lot of them have came and went, but that was a reoccurring message that you heard over and over and over and over again. People
Right.
who are flat earthers came into it wanting to debunk it. They're like, "Oh, this is a green potato chip theory. I'll show them. There's nothing to this flat earth." And they went to go ahead and just prove them wrong. And then they realized that they couldn't prove them wrong, and they ended up subscribing to the theory. But or so they say. That's the way that they tell the story, So, but I digress. Go ahead.
But I started looking into that flat earth theory like a long time ago, and I started watching both sides. There was people on both sides. You know what I mean? And I still don't subscribe to the fact that it's flat for sure, but I don't subscribe to the fact that it's round either. I just think it's oval shaped or something. But
I'm thinking hexagon, maybe. I don't know.
But when do where's the line in the sand drawn? Like, where do we use our discernment and say there has to be some truth to some of these things? Why is everything got to be a conspiracy? Like, where does it get started?
Good question. Yeah, what? And really, I mean, here's the thing.
You know the thing.
That was pretty quick. That was pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Pretty quick. Yeah.
Conspiracy theory in itself is being so loosely thrown around nowadays. Like if you go back as early as, I don't know, 8 years ago, and even to the 90s, like you named them there at the beginning of your thing, the JFK, flat Earth isn't even really a conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory is when two people conspire to deceive to deceive something, and to deceive others or the populace or whatever, and it's usually for some type of nefarious purpose. Okay, so like the JFK assassination, there is a conspiracy theory that it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, that it was such and such and such. There's 1,000 of them. Okay, the 9/11 thing, that's a conspiracy theory. There's people out there that believe that there was foul play, that it was an inside job, that it isn't what we're being told. Those are quote unquote examples of conspiracy theories, right? So with all that being said, flat Earth, Mandela effect, vaccines. I mean, I guess you could put that into the conspiracy theory range as well. But some of these other things are just kind of like just questioning reality. I would say the Mandela effect in itself is more of a phenomenon, and I have a whole nother rant I want to do about that, but that's a whole different story. So anyway, I see what you're saying. Where does it start? What defines it as a conspiracy theory, and why does it seem like everybody's using the term conspiracy theory nowadays? Am I following your logic here, Hebrew, or am I taking it off track?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, where does the truth begin and the conspiracy end? Like you have.
I think a better question that would go along with it would be, if it does get labeled conspiracy theory, then when is there enough proof to get it back to non-conspiracy theory?
That's a good point, Mr. Armour.
Yeah, when does it just the way it is? This is the facts, Yeah,
when is the proof enough to make it a fact and not a conspiracy theory anymore?
Because it seems like almost anything that goes against the official narrative anymore is now, quote unquote, a conspiracy theory. And you see the news using it all the time. Donald Trump with his conspiracy theory about the election. And, it's just like, no, it's actually just questioning the results. There's nothing it's not a conspiracy theory. He's just so it's like, yeah, good question. Where do you draw the line, right?
Yep, and like Feisty Kitten said, and it's true, the term conspiracy was coined back in the day to discredit people who think differently, and that's exactly right. The CIA, if I remember correctly, it was them or the FBI. I'm pretty sure it was the CIA, because they're the ones that infiltrated media and turned it into a propaganda wing. But they created the term conspiracy theory for that exact reason, to discredit truth.
And here's an example. Here's a great example of that. If you go back into like the 70s, when all these like UFO sightings were really kind of like happening, where you were getting reports almost every day. Some guy in Alabama saw a light and says he was abducted. Some guy in Mississippi, some guy in Arkansas, some guy in Maine, some guy out west. or 3 fishermen claimed to have been abducted. And you had all these different reports coming out of different places, and all these people telling the same tale about the same shaped saucer, the same probing happening when they get up. None of these people knew each other. None of them had each other's phone number. None of them, knew anything about the other one's reports unless it got reported in the paper. But and then if you actually were the person going there and doing the interviews and showing up, you were realizing they all had the exact same story. So there had to have been something to it, right? I mean, it's one case in all of its own. You could pick it apart. You could toss it aside. These guys are just doing it for some type of attention, right? But then you have all of these different reports. They actually hire this Ohio State professor to come show up at the Project Bluebeam. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. Come show up at the place and explain it all away. Oh, it was just swamp gas. Oh, it was just what was the other, a weather balloon, and they slowly picked apart each example, came up with some logical explanation as to what happened, and to keep people to squash the thought that there really is, that to discredit everybody's story. And you discredit each story one by one, and there's nothing to it, right? And that's essentially what they paid the guy a lot of money to come out there, fly him out there, and explain it all away. In each case on its own doesn't hold any water when it's explained away. But just like the Mandela effect, you can pick out a Mandela effect, and you can say, the Luke, I'm your father. You can say, well, in this case, and specify it. You can take another Mandela effect. But you take all of the Mandela effects collectively, that's a whole different story. That holds a lot more weight. And you take all the different alien reports. You take all the different reports of voter fraud throughout the country. Whatever you pick something, it's the collective that gives it the strong voice. And it's the people that want to stop that voice who will purposely go around and discredit one voice at a time until they've silenced it enough to discredit it. And that's exactly what they figured out will work, and that's what they keep on doing.
Well, that's the thing about it is, here's another good example. Like, let's take the moon landing, for example.
All right.
Let's put a fake scenario in here. Let's say you and I were arguing about the moon landing, and you say, well, I think the moon landing is fake. And I will, what do you mean it's fake? And you're like, well, it was all done in CGI back in those days. And then I come back at you with this, and I say, well, if they had the technology back then, the CGI, which they didn't, then how could it be believable to you that they would have the technology for CGI, but they don't have the technology to shoot rockets onto? Would be my counter argument. And that could be a good argument for a lot of stuff too. I'm not saying I'm against the moon landing. I'm just using this as a fake scenario. What do you think about all that?
Well, what was that? What was the point you were? I mean, I heard you say moon landing 3 times.
I would think, first of all, I wouldn't counter with CGI, because that isn't what people who say it's fake think happened. It was just a movie set, basically. It wasn't CGI. It was just Hollywood, is what they say. It has nothing to do with CGI. So I wouldn't counter with CGI. If I was going to counter, again, we're playing a devil's advocate type game here, because I'm not a flat earther. But so I wouldn't counter with CGI. I would counter with, like they do, with, hey, this was all done in Hollywood, easily produced in Hollywood, absolutely easily produced in Hollywood at the time. Nothing wrong with that theory.
Yeah, just ask Stanley Kubrick, he'll tell you.
Right. And as far as like when you said about, well, if you think they could do CGI, what makes you think they couldn't put a person on the moon? There's a big difference between, and again, I'm not saying they had CGI. I would never counter with that argument. But if I did counter with argument for whatever reason, which would make no sense, and you come back and said that, I would say, well, there's a big difference between being able to accomplish CGI and getting through a radiation belt and however many miles it is to the moon and back safely in what they claim to have done it in. So that would be my counters to those questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want. I'm not going to. I'm not going to fall down that rabbit hole tonight as to whether or not I'm arguing its validity or not. I think that there is some. I think there is some good reasons to question whether or not we ever went, and I think that they definitely had a really good reason to make the public believe that we went, whether we actually went or not. I'm not saying we did or we didn't, but there was definitely um, we had that whole thing going on, space race going on with Russia, and we just wanted to be perceived as being the first ones there. It was a technological claim to fame, I guess you might want to say. What country is going to plant their flag on the moon first? I remember that being a big deal. So, and I remember a lot of people really feeling special about it. I mean, I was really kind of too young to to really remember it. But I do know that based on what I know, I mean that it was like a huge cultural moment, a huge achievement for mankind. So you would definitely be saying wrong think if you was to come out and say that, oh, that was just a Hollywood production. That didn't really happen. You would be, they'd look at you like you were a communist back then if we're just saying something like that. So, yeah, I
And
can
I
see
just
how.
want to respond quick to Suso in the chat. And see, this is the problem that happens a lot. Not picking on Suso, it just reminds me of the problem that happens a lot when I say I'm not a flat earther. That don't mean I agree with the ball earthers either, dude. I don't think the earth moves. He said immovable. Not a flat earther? I have a question for you, Ron. I never said the earth was movable. I just said I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah.
I've never believed the earth moves. Long before there ever was a flat earth. I mean, since I was little, I've read the Bible. I've never believed the earth moves and we spin around the sun. No, I believe a geocentric type of model. Not that I don't believe either side. I'm a middle dude. I don't believe the earth moves. I also don't believe there's some plastic dome keeping me from the Father. That's the problem I got with flat earthers. You know what I mean? I don't believe the earth moves. I don't care what shape it is, so I'm not saying it's flat, round, whatever. I lean more towards round because you got southern hemispheres and stars, and I just agree more to a ball than a flat concept with what's out there and the way things operate. But I do not think the earth moves. I've never thought the earth moves. That's why as soon as you say I'm not so you're on a spinning ball flying through Earth at 66 million, and I'm like, no, that isn't. I never said that at all, and I don't believe nothing like that. I'm just not a flat earther. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not a flat
exactly.
earther
I
either.
never would limit my father with a dome. No way. I'm not saying there isn't a firmament, but when someone tries to tell me that firmament is a solid material that objects can't pass through, that's where I have a problem. Because it never says that. It just says a firmament. It don't say what it's made of.
I think doesn't it describe it as a water separating it?
Well, it says to separate the waters from above and the waters below. I mean, how deep do we want to go here? Because I've thought about this stuff. And again, I'm not a flat earther. And I'm not a ball earther. But I've thought about the firmament, and I've prayed about it, and I've read about it, and I've thought about it. And absolutely, it says to separate the waters from above and the waters that are below. Now, we got to start looking at waters. And like I said, you can get real deep in this if you want. I mean, I can argue Bible with flat earthers. Not a problem, because I've looked into the verses they use and what they do. If you look at waters in the Bible, it has many different meanings. Many, many different meanings, other than H2O. In fact, seldom does it mean H2O in the Bible. Very, very seldom. It normally means different things. It means like people. It means how should I put it? Like knowledge, like living waters will flow from us because living waters flow into us, that type of thing. It very seldom means real water as we think of water. So that's the big problem with that verse. Yes, it says separate the waters above from the waters below. It could possibly mean, I'm not saying it does, I'm just saying that don't mean it means water. It could just as easily mean the waters above, the people, as we would say, angels, whatever, from the waters below, us. Because waters has been known to mean people. It could mean something totally spiritual. It could mean many different things. There's the chance that it means actual water is the slimmest of the things it can mean, according to Bible type talk. Is all I'm
and
saying.
the only thing, my big takeaway from that, Armor, is it's so much the water, but that it's a clear separation.
Right. Yeah, and there's no doubt we're separated from the Father.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of Jesus, because we had this thing. We were separated from the Father. That's the firmament to me. I mean, that makes more sense as the firmament they're talking about than water, than a barrier for water, because we know we were separated from the Father. That's the whole problem.
Right. And then the other question is is it a physical separation, or what's the other metaphorical separation? Like, is there a physical barrier is what I'm trying to get at.
Like they say, and they shoot their rocket up and it bounces off the dome. No.
Yeah, I don't mean
that's what I can't buy. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not. I'm not going there with it. I don't mean like the dome with the rocket. I'm not even, because you can be firmament and not be flat Earth. You can be against NASA. You can be anti NASA's fake and not be flat Earth. I mean, so what I'm trying to get at is when I see the stuff about the firmament in the Bible, because I know I'm no expert by any stretch of the imagination. When I read it, and I see the illustration that accompanies it, it almost seems like it's kind of dome-ish, but is that just an artist's rendition of and somebody came up with? But at the same time, I wonder how physical is there a physical barrier, or isn't there one? And I'm not even trying to make a flat Earth argument, Armor. I'm just trying to say, does one exist or doesn't it?
Right, absolutely. And that's where I say no, because first of all, our physical bodies ain't ever going there anyway. You know, depending on what you believe, they're going to be changed to a likeness of Jesus, if you believe what I believe. So first of all, physical has nothing to do with the separation. Nowhere in the Bible could you point to where that means a physical type barrier. It's talking about a separation above from below. You know, I think it's more spiritual, you know what I'm saying? Because physical, it says quite plainly, physical isn't going into the kingdom. It ain't going there. Physical don't go there. It don't say because there's a dome or because of the firmament. That has nothing to do with why physical don't go there. The firmament just was to separate the waters above from the waters below, whatever that might mean. That's basically the only time firmament's mentioned. It ain't mentioned a lot, but the main one is that one. It separates the waters above from the waters below.
And the main reason
people immediately make that physical. But why? That's the point. Why do we want to make everything physical? If you read, that totally comes from like creation. It's before there really even was anything physical. You see what I'm saying? It's as he was creating physical stuff. So, I don't know. It's sort of hard to explain. I'm just saying, when they throw that verse at me, it don't really bother me because I don't think of it meaning literal waters. I just don't. I see why people do. It's cool. Again, I don't argue with people over the stuff. I just state what I believe, why I believe it, and they can state what they believe and why they believe it, and that's cool. I ain't going to argue with you if you think the Earth's flat and there's a plastic dome or glass or whatever, plasma dome over us. Cool, whatever. You know what I mean? That ain't going to keep you out of heaven. What's going to keep you out of heaven is whether or not you believe Jesus and this kind of stuff. So I don't care whether people believe whatever they want to believe, if it ain't a salvation issue.
It does seem like the whole flat Earth thing did kind of have its its roaring moment there over the past 5 or 6 years. It seems like it's kind of died down a little bit or lost some of its the enthusiasm or whatever may have faded slightly, but I don't know, man.
Let me say one other thing quick.
Go ahead.
When this whole flat Earth thing came out, because I remember when it came out, I was researching long before Mandela and flat Earth and all that. I was researching all kind of stuff, and I came across them both, and Mandela was real to me. I knew certain things had changed. Flat Earth, like I said, what catches my eye was they both started saying Bible. Mandela said the Bible was changing. Oh, well, let me look. You know what I mean? You start talking about Jesus, Bible, you get my attention. Then Flat Earth started saying, well, look at these Bible verses. That proves our theory. I'm like, oh, you got biblical proof. Let me look. I'm all about biblical proof. You know what I mean? I'm totally 100% about correctly interpreting what the Bible says. And you're going to need the Holy Spirit and Jesus to do that, in my opinion. So that's what caught my eye in both of them. So I started investigating both. I agree, there ain't no doubt in my mind, my literal Bible that I've had for a long time has changed. No doubt in my mind. I don't argue with people about it. I don't even bring it up. I don't talk. My channel ain't about Mandela. My channel ain't about Flat Earth. My channel is about Jesus and the Father, period. I'll talk about this other stuff when I'm on shows or someone brings it up. Sure, I don't have a problem. But I was like, okay, I agree with Mandela. This definitely changed. This is interesting. I never freaked out like most people have said before. I'd already been showed things way more deep and hard to take than the fact that reality was changing in front of my eyes by this point. I was just like, in fact, I looked at my wife when we both discovered it together. She's usually here with me, and we both came across the Mandela and was answering the questions and was like, whoa, this is crazy. You know what I mean? She knows the Bible as well as I do. She's raised in a church, and grew up. Her parents were Christian and Bible readings and Bible on the radio. And so she knew her Bible, and she's like, that is crazy. I know that didn't. Yeah, I know that didn't say that too. You know what I mean? So we knew it was real again. And then, so I started looking at the flat earth ones and was like, well, again, I can see the verses they're using, and they just don't have to mean that. It's stretching it a lot in my book to make them mean that. And now I forget where I was going with that. I did have a point, and I rambled on and lost it. But what the heck was I going to say?
Well, you were talking about how when they use the Bible, it interests you.
Yeah, I remember that. That was to get into why I was going to say what I was going to say, but I lost it. So who knows? You know how it goes. That happens to me sometimes.
Right.
I forget what I was about to say, but it was something along them lines.
Yeah, and it does. And then you have the whole thing like where the discreditors then go so far as to try to throw out things like we're being brainwashed or it's cult-like activity, but when it's something that they support, it's just people coming together and forming a positive group and reinforcing the things that they have in common. But if it's something that they frown upon, it's cult-like activity. So it is what it is, I guess. I don't subscribe to the theory that the Earth is flat any more so than I subscribe to the fact that it's a ball. I think the truth. I think whatever the truth is beyond our little human brain's level of comprehension, and I think that.
Now I remember what I was going to
say. Okay, go ahead, before you lose it. No, I don't want you to lose it again.
Yeah, the whole point I was leading into as I was researching this stuff, that's what it was. I knew it would come back to me. It always does. But back then I was still watching a good bit of TV, or at least, not as much as I used to, but still watching TV. And maybe a year, maybe 2 years before this whole flat earth dome thing started, I had already been watching some TV, and I always watch Stephen King type shows. Okay? And I don't know how many of you remember, but I remember because I watched it and thought it was pretty cool, and it was a Stephen King. It was pretty cool. And but also by this time, like I said, I had been led down some very dark, eye-opening paths as far as children and things that happened to them in Hollywood and symbolism, and I started to get a lot of discernment and seeing a lot of signs in shows. I started to see how the TV, and I've said it before, The TV shows you a lot of what's going to happen. I'm not saying because they're clairvoyant. I'm not saying, but I'm saying it's part of their magic. It's part of the way they operate. It's part of their sort of like their blood over intent type thing, only using symbolism and television. I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't like that stuff anymore. But I know that kind of stuff. I see what they're doing. And I started seeing it very clearly, you know, the more I was led down the paths I was led. He kept showing me more and more things, and stuff became more and more obvious. And I started realizing, okay, you know what I mean? Pay a lot of attention as to what's happening on TV, because in a couple years, or a year, or maybe months, it's going to line up. It's an agenda. It's their goal. It's their mind magic. It's their way of doing their spells to bring these things about. TV's a part of that. Movies, music, it's all a part of that. Symbolism, all that stuff. There was a show that I watched that was cool that Stephen King made called, do you remember? Does anybody remember a show that came out not long before Flat Earth, a year, maybe two? Very popular show. It was a little mini-series by Stephen King that came out.
I'm trying to remember, but I don't remember which one.
Under the Dome.
Yeah, Under the Dome. Yeah, that
Exactly.
That was book 2.
They projected their Flat Earth magic year or two before Flat Earth ever came around. That was the first thing I noticed. Just me. Because like I said, I was already starting to pay attention to those kind of things. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying when I seen that and remembered Under the Dome, I was like, okay. Even though I was like, hon, this is too freaky. Now look, now we're under a dome. I'm like, it just blew my mind. But I'm telling y'all, pay attention. Pay attention to TV and stuff, and then just watch like major things that get pushed. Transgenderism, gay marriage. I can go on and on and on. It's all pushed on TV before it becomes quote unquote legal or a reality here. It's all part of their stuff. It's the stuff we're supposed to be fighting against, but most Christians don't even know what's going on, let alone know anything about fighting against it. They don't even understand symbolism or anything. That's not talked about in church because that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like we said earlier, that's and crazy talk. That's
getting even worse too, Armor.
Yeah,
every
exactly.
show out right now that's like a sitcom or some type of even a late night talk show, it's all got agenda integrated in with it. Like whatever the political movement is, whatever the new ideology is, whatever it is that they're trying to, right now the big thing is global warming. If there's a disaster happening, it's going to be as a result of that new movie Greenland. I think that one has some type of climate stuff going on with it too. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just getting ridiculous. And then back to the flat Earth, and all the other stuff that we mentioned before. Whether you believe the Earth is flat or not, whether you believe the Mandela effect is real or not, whether you name it, okay? Whatever the medium is, if you're coming to the conclusion or you're waking up to the fact that things are not what we've always been told, then you're on the right track.
Yep.
If it makes you realize, hey, maybe if it starts making you question the official narrative and rub your eyes and wake in, and start, and you start seeing a little bit more of like the they live sunglasses when you look around at your surroundings, then you're making progress. It's all like we've said a million times before, Armor. Apply your discernment, do your own research, and come to your own conclusions. But the fact that you're paying attention and coming to the realization that everything isn't what you're being told, that means you're on the right track.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and like Feisty Kitten said, she can't remember the name of it, but they had pandemic-type shows on Netflix before COVID came along. Absolutely. They had Contagion, I think, was one of them. was one of the big pandemic movies. It's exactly what I'm talking about. They always do. That's what I'm saying. When you start seeing it, you realize, and it's been going on since long before I was born. You know what I mean? But yeah, they've always done. It's part of that group's way of doing things.
They call
Absolutely.
it predictive programming, right?
Right, like Suso said, predictive programming. Exactly. That's a part of it. I mean, predictive programming is definitely a part of it. But it's also will. It's also will over intent type stuff. But yeah, it's real and it works. Look at it. You see it all the time. Like she said, the pandemic, the flu, the COVID, the gay marriage, like I said, the transgenderism, the dome, all this stuff. They always do it, always. And they've always been doing it, and they'll always continue to do it because it works so well. It works on the masses. Absolutely. 100% it works on the masses. There's very few who ever even realize what they're doing, let alone do anything against it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Hebrew, are you still here with us? You haven't shout out in a while. Maybe he fell asleep.
Probably went to the kitchen again, getting a snack. We have to talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah, well, we've been doing that. Plenty of that.
Yeah. And again, I'm not a flat earther, but I don't believe the moon landing was real. I really don't. Again, I just look with new eyes at history and things I was showed before, as truth before. And if it is true, like, for instance, with the moon race thing, because it was a big deal back in the day. That's when I was younger. I remember all this, I don't remember it real well. I was young, but I do remember moon landings and the space race and Russia, and we wanted to get there first and be the winners. And when you look at it, I mean, just look how, because it seemed to be a fight between us and Russia, like a contest, whatever you want to call it. It was to see which one of us could get there first. Now, let's say I was two countries that wanted to pretend we're having a space race, okay? Now, neither one of us wants to lose, of course. Both countries want to win, but only one of us can win. So how can we agree to pull this farce off together knowing one of us is going to have to be a loser? You see what I'm saying? It wouldn't seem like that'd be possible. But if you look at what happened back in the space race days, Russia was kicking butt. They were the first one, if I remember right, to put a rocket up. If I remember right, they were the first one to put a man in space.
Sputnik.
Right. So they got to win for a while. Then we got to win putting someone on the moon. Okay? It ain't like either one really dominated the space race. Russia dominated for a while. We dominated for a while. And the game was over. You see what I'm saying? That's the way possible for two supposedly fighting powers to agree to pretend someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. No one really won. Nobody really lost. They both won and lost to their country.
If you lived in Russia and you turned on your TV and read a newspaper, you would see how Russia had a great space victory. If you lived in the United States and you turned on the TV and you bought a newspaper, you would hear how we kicked Russi's ass. So
we beat them to the moon. We claimed it. Exactly. So, that's the point. It was all. It's Hegelian. It's been the same game since the beginning of time. It's all the same thing. Pick a side. Pick your winner. You're still. Neither one of you is true winners. You're just picking the least losing winning side at that moment in time because there's only one winner. And it's always been that way, and it's always going to be that way. Because, I mean, you can still see it live and well today. Red against blue, black against white, male against female. You know what I mean? Pick your side. Transgenders against straight people. I mean, you can go on and on and on and on. Pick a side.
Exactly, and there's nothing better than the flat Earth argument for giving somebody something to argue about that they can never prove one way or the other. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, if you really think about it, there's not a single person alive right now that can physically prove without a doubt the shape of the Earth and or whether or not we're geocentric or heliocentric. And if we're geocentric or heliocentric, you just can't unequivocally prove it one way or the other. You can have a firm belief, whichever one you want to believe, and I firmly believe that it's probably neither. It's probably something that we're not even capable of comprehending. Is the conclusion that I come to. Now that's just what I believe, but if you take the if you really want to break it down, there's no way to prove the exact shape and dynamics and range of anything. You have to take a scientist's word for it, basically, and it is what it is, I guess.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the only way to prove it is if the space station is real, and if it's up as high as they say it is, then they could easily take a picture of Earth and give us some type of clue. Why they don't is a better question. Does it mean because they're not really up there? Or is it because they liked the argument about the shape of the Earth and knew that was a card they was going to play down the road? You know what I mean? And set this all up? Because that's the way it works. They set it all up. You know, they knew those photos were all Photoshop. They knew that when they put them out. They knew eventually, someday, someone's going to find out. It ain't like this wasn't all set up to cause more division when the time was right. The time was obviously right to start this crazy flat Earth, round Earth debate for whatever. And again, there's, like you said, first of all, none of us can prove it one way or the other. We can do all the science we want. We can send laser beams. All that proves is perhaps they lied about the size. It still doesn't distinctly prove it's flat. It just may mean the curve's way bigger than we were told. You see what I'm saying? If you look at it scientifically, it don't mean anything about it.
The only thing we know for sure is that it's not what they tell us it is.
Yeah, exactly. So arguing about them things is nothing but exactly what they want you to be doing. Stop arguing about the shape of the Earth. It don't matter. This Earth's gone anyway in the end. We know that too, if you believe what I believe. So who cares what shape it is? It's leaving. There's going to be a new one. Worry about what shape that one might be. Hope you get there to see it. That's what I'm saying. Don't worry about what shape this is. It don't matter. It isn't going to change a single thing in your life in the long run, whatever shape this world is. You're still in it. Life's still doing what it's doing. All these things are still happening. The shape of the Earth is the least of anybody's worries nowadays. Does it prove they're lying? Well, we got to know because it proves they're lying. If you ain't realized by now they're lying, I don't know. If the shape of the Earth helps you figure that out, cool, continue. But I don't need to know the shape of the Earth to realize that they've been lying to me a long, long time. I figured that out long before the flat Earth debate, like I said before, and Mandela effect. I figured that out a long time ago.
It's like when it's like when you get done eating and your jeans are cutting into your stomach. You don't really need that to tell you that you ate too much food, but it sure is a constant reminder.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, I'm done ranting about the crazy flat Earth stuff and round Earth stuff, because like I said, in the long run, I don't care. I only talk about it if someone brings it up. I could care less what you believe. You want to believe it's flat, cool. Just same way with the vaccines and the mask and everything else. You do you, I'll do me. Don't argue about what I'm doing and try to tell me I'm stupid because I don't believe what you believe, and I won't argue with what you're doing and tell you you're stupid because you don't believe what I believe. You believe what you want. That's cool. It's between you, yourself, and whatever God you may believe in the end. But I can tell you it's between you and the Father in the end, but whatever. It's between you and whatever you meet in the end of all this. That's all that it'll matter to. Don't matter to me what you believe. Ain't going to change my life in a bit. It can't help me. It can't hurt me. So you believe what you want to believe and just leave me believe what I want to believe, and we'll talk about it, but don't argue about it. I don't like arguing. There's no sense arguing. You ain't going to change my belief, and I ain't trying to change yours. You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't it seem like social media by design has become a platform for everybody just to argue over their beliefs more so than anything else? I mean, I don't get on Twitter. That's almost all I see. somebody posts a comment that's either pro this or anti that, and then a whole slew of comments of people adding their 2 cents worth on the subject, and everybody's disagreeing with what the last person said just to disagree with them or just to try to outwit them or have the more clever thing to say about it than the other guy did. And it's all just a bunch of bull crap, and it's all just a bunch of people who really don't even know the answer trying to perpetrate a certain ideology or a certain way of thinking simply because it's their job to get on Twitter or Facebook or whatever the platform is every day and support that ideology. And really, it's almost as if they're just bots, or if they're hired to be there just to be opinionative. I mean, where is like the sense of unity? Like, and I realize that like we have groups like where people come together to do like Teresa has her Facebook group about the Mandela effect. But I bet you even in that group you get cases where people are disagreeing over this or that or the other. It just seems like by design it's meant to divide us more than, and when it should be by design meant to unify us. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And let me respond to earlier. He says, when you allow lies to go unchallenged, you lose your argument about everything else. I could agree with that. The problem is, my point is, how can you say someone's lying when you can't prove they're lying? That's the point here. If you can prove, you can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that the earth's flat, then yes, by all means, you should be spreading it everywhere. You know what I mean? But if you can't,
or round
then,
for that matter.
Yeah, or round. That's why I don't argue about it, because I can't prove it's round, just like no one else can prove it's flat. Unless one of us can get rich and get up there and take a picture, you know. And even then, now you got to hope people believe you went up there and took the picture. You see what I'm saying? You're never going to satisfy everyone. So when you can't prove it one way or the other, then there isn't a lot. It's easy to say someone's lying because you're believing they're lying. But they're believing you're lying. And neither one of you can prove the other one's lying. That's where we got to stop fighting over unprovable things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the design. That's the thing with the flat earth, is it's meant to do that. You will never win that argument no matter which side you choose, because there's no way to prove it. And it's not likely to be proven anytime real soon. It might be 30, 50, 100, 500 years from now. We could all go to our deathbed, with our belief, but with no absolute proof. So I'm not going to lose any sleep over the shape of the earth tonight. I can tell you that much for sure.
Yeah, it's not worth separating us. That's the whole point of this. Stop letting them separate us over trivial things that don't really matter in the long run, because that's the game they've been playing since the beginning. The right and wrong are both bad, people. The only real right thing, in my opinion, is Jesus Christ and what he taught. What we are taught is right and wrong is usually both wrong. It's a narrow path. If you're ever behind any majority, that's a warning bell to me. If the majority of people start agreeing with what I'm thinking, I better recheck what I'm thinking, because it's a narrow path. It says few. It never says anything about a majority, any of that kind of stuff. So that should be a first clue. If there's a big majority of people saying it's this, and a big majority of people saying it's that, and you got to join one of these majorities, or you're wrong, I'll go down the middle almost every time. And so far, I've found the truth almost always is right down the middle. It's a little bit of both. It's a narrow path. It ain't a big path. They're both on big paths, wide paths, lots of them, all these people. And then there's truth, which is a narrow path, and it usually cuts right through the middle of both of the other ones. It's what the game's all about. They've been playing it since the beginning. It's the enemy's tactic. It hasn't changed. It ain't ever going to change, because like I said, it works so well for him. So stop playing. That's all you can do. Quit playing the game. Stand behind what you believe. Explain why you believe what you believe if asked, but don't press your beliefs on anybody. If it isn't a salvation issue. Now, I believe we should try to bring people to Jesus Christ. But again, I don't even press that on them, because I learned long ago, it clearly tells me I might water or I might plant. But Father's the one that gives the increase. I can't convince you Jesus Christ is real. I can tell you why I think Jesus Christ is real and what he did for me. But I can't convince you, and I ain't even going to ever try to convince you, because it ain't my job to convince you. It's my job to either plant, or if you already know about him and ask me a question, it might be my job to water. But it is not my job, or any man's job, to bring the increase. That's the Father's job. He'll take care of that. So even when I talk about Jesus and what I believe, I ain't trying to convert nobody. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, planting or watering. I ain't supposed to be saving anybody. That's heretical to think I could save anybody, in my opinion. That's Jesus' job to save you. It's the Father's job to call you. It's my job to plant or water, period. And spread the word. That's it. So you got to watch that. Because one of the biggest forms of the Hegelian dialectic and stuff like that, the one side against the other, just look at major religion. How could you believe any of that major religion when they obviously are all the same bird with different flavors for who wants that flavor of the day? Again, they're masses. They're huge groups. I'm afraid. I'm sorry. It's a narrow way. I can't help it. It's few. It ain't going to be billions and billions. It says few. So just be careful who you're listening to. Use your own discernment. And don't argue about the dumb stuff. It don't matter. It isn't going to matter a bit in the end. What matters is what you believed, who you believed in, and why you believed in it. And you better hope it's the right thing, because there's only one thing that's going to save you, according to what I believe. But that's up to you to decide. It ain't up to me to do anything but tell you. Okay, I'm done ranting again. Hopefully,
Are you sure? I'm sure the next thing I'll say, I'll probably set you off.
Who knows? You know how it goes. I don't know what's going to happen.
Hebrew, we're going to toss the ball your way. What you got, my friend? Well, I know he was just here. I saw him playing with his cursor a minute ago.
Now, surely he didn't fall asleep on us. Surely he's here.
Oh, hey, guys.
Hey, welcome back, brother.
I'm sorry about that.
Hey, glad you could make it to the show.
Well,
yeah, nice to see you.
You guys talked for a long time.
Yeah, I was ranting. I understand.
I was trying to get on there. I'm like, oh, I'll just let them talk. Let the talk fly out. Why not? It was a good talk. It was a good discussion. But I have one question for you, Armor.
Yes, sir.
And then we got to get to some good news.
Oh, yeah, I do have some good news.
Let me ask you that. Well, then Sagi has a Mandela effect before you get to your good news.
Oh,
no,
cool.
no, I don't have a Mandela effect.
Oh, Mandela effect.
Mandela effect.
Mandela effect.
I thought you said you had a Mandela effect.
No, I was just using the Mandela effect as an example there in the thing I was talking about before.
Oh, I thought you had a Mandela effect.
No, I don't.
So you don't have a Mandela effect?
I mean, I can go try to look one up real quick if you want me to.
No, that's quite all right, sir. I got a question for Armor, though.
Ma'am, sir.
Do you think that
I try not to. It hurts my head real bad. Oh, that wasn't a question? Okay, sorry.
like when you think about the Tower of Babel and you think about the ladder or Jacob's ladder or whatever that dream he had, and now you look at this portals, like you look at portals people are trying to open up every day and open up portals to different dimensions. The biggest one, of course, being CERN. That's the government run one, of course, that we all know about. But there are people who use like black magic and yada 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 demon crap, But I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about just people using technology, much like they did in the Tower of Babel, where they were trying to build a tower to get all the way up into heaven. They were using the tools they had available to them at the time the same way. Do you think CERN has used the tools that they use, which they did call it the God machine or whatever? Do you think they're actually using that as a way to get to heaven, much like the Tower of Babel? Or do you think that's all just a bunch of bullshit that they told us, and they're hiding the fact what they're really doing? Or, and this can get convoluted. This could jump into a gigantic bottomless abyss of a rabbit hole. Do you think that they did that with the original intention of finding a black hole, and then found some kind of portal, and then like when they caused the portal to open, it just caused it wreaked havoc on our reality, turning our reality into another reality, and then opening up multiverses? So the first question is, do you think that like the Tower of Babel is sort of the same thing as CERN trying to open up the God portal?
Well, I won't try to go in too long a rant on this.
Yeah.
That is a pretty deep question you asked there. First of all, well, I think it's a tricky question, although you may not realize it.
No,
But that's a very tricky question.
I'm sorry.
Because the Tower of Babel truly believed they were trying to build a tower to get to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that I know that's what they thought they were doing, but I don't think that's what they were doing. I know that's what they think they were doing. But I think what they were trying to build their tower to wasn't necessarily the real God. Let's just leave that at that. But I do believe that's what they think they were trying to do. CERN, however, though, I think makes it quite blatant. Again, once you learn symbolism and your eyes get open to things that are then become quite obvious, just in what they do and say and symbols, and it's quite obvious they have no desire at all to go what we would consider heaven.
Oh man!
So I don't think they're trying to open a way to heaven, because all their symbolism shows they're trying to do the opposite, because they believe a more Luciferian type doctrine. What we consider heaven is bad to them. Lucifer, basically Satan, rescued them from the bad God. It gets into all that kind of stuff. But actually, it don't even have to go quite that far, because it's more Hinduism type stuff. It's either way, they're not trying to get what we would consider God or our heaven. They make that quite obvious. They don't worship our God or our heaven. They worship something different. You can tell that by their Shiva statue, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell it by the crazy dance they did. That was 100% a ritual. The video they put out, 100% a ritual. You know what I mean? It's quite obvious what they're doing to anyone that sees what they're doing. They're not hiding it. They're hiding it in plain sight, like they've been doing, I said again, forever. They've always been doing this. People are just starting to wake up to see it and realize what they're doing more than anything. But so it's quite obvious they're trying, in my opinion, from the symbolism I see and what they say and reading into what they're saying and videos they put out and all that kind of stuff and the way they talk. And this also includes what's that? The Gordy Rose thing, the computer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. D-Wave.
D-Wave.
Yeah. This also includes D-Wave in these statements, because it's the same thing. You can tell by the way Gordy Rose talks, the words he uses. You can tell that they are well-skilled practitioners of their craft doing what they do. Let's just put it that way. They're high-level people using everything that they can to bring about what they want to bring about. And it has nothing to do with our heaven or our God. It has to do with their God And their God, in my opinion, is the bad guy. In their opinion, he's the good guy. You know what I mean? I understand exactly what they believe. I know. I used to believe the same type of stuff. You know, so I know what they believe, and I can tell what they're doing. So, to answer your question, it is sort of like the Tower of Babel, because I believe those people were doing the same thing, although they thought they were doing it to the good guy. You see what I'm saying? CERN, on the other hand, absolutely, blatantly makes it clear they're not trying to do it to get to what we consider God or heaven. They're doing it for their guy. So basically, a lot of people would say they're trying to open the bottomless pit. Possible. I don't know. You see, once I realized they're the bad guy, they're working for him, then I didn't even care anymore what they're trying to do. As far as, are they trying to open the bottomless pit? Are they trying to bring demons through? Are they trying to gain, all that became moot to me at that point. They're the enemy. That's all that matters. Whatever they're trying to do is bad. So I didn't go to try to figure out what they're trying to do. Why do I want to waste my time with that? It's bad. I don't need to know what it is to come against it. You see what I'm saying? Again, most Christians don't know this stuff or think this way, but I don't need to know the specifics of the evil you're doing to bring some power against the evil you're doing. Trust me. I don't need to know a demon's name. You don't need to know all this, They make it seem harder than it is. No, all I need to know is you're doing evil, and I'll pray against it. Father knows what you're doing. I don't have to know what you're doing. I just got to come against it. That's all you got to do. Pray against it. Whatever they're doing, I can tell you how I pray and do that kind of stuff, but it don't much matter. You got to do it yourself. You got to learn how to do it. Father will show you all that. But basically, you just pray against. Same thing I do on top of the mountain. I don't know what rituals they may have performed. I just know they perform them. I found their signs. I know bad things go on there. You see what I'm saying? I don't know the exact night they go on. I mean, I have a good clue. I know the important nights they go on, but they don't just necessarily do it on special nights. I mean, they work their evil all the time. So I don't have to know specifically what spell was cast tonight. I don't got to know what group met to do whatever they were attempting to do. I just stop on top of the mountain on my journey. Right after the time they would have done that, because I know their time, right after the time they would have did anything evil, if they did it. I don't know if they did or not. I just know they do on occasion. I just pray against it. I'm just like, Father, I bind up any evil that may have been perpetrated from this area at this time or in the recent past. I cancel all spells, cancel all that stuff. I ask that you bring redemption, repentance, healing, open their eyes, protect the children. I mean, I just pray against it. It don't matter what they did, if they did anything. You just pray against it. That's the point. So the same way with CERN. Once I realized they were evil, which it ain't too hard to realize, they got Shiva out front. I mean, hello, that's it. That alone should tell any Christian, oh, this probably ain't a good place. Let alone the dance they did, let alone the video they put out, let alone the fact that they're trying to tap into other dimensions. All these things scream enemy. You see what I'm saying? So, and you're sort of right, Greg. Evil people have no power over us. This is not Armageddon. I know Armor disagrees. Absolutely. It's made quite clear who rules this world. And if you don't take power against him through Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, then you can say they don't have power over you all day. But you don't have any power over them, I'll guarantee you that. Because the only power over them is the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ and the Father. So you can think they don't have power over you like most people do, and they just go through life being as good as they can be and figuring that's all right. But, they got power. Their stuff works. See, that's what most people don't want to admit. This evil works. I'm not saying it don't work. I know darn well it works. There's no doubt about it. And it works because good people don't come against it. Most of them don't even know. So it just goes on. But do not think for 1 minute that the spells and incantations and all this stuff they do doesn't have power and doesn't work. It absolutely works. And it has lots of power, unfortunately. over the masses. The only thing it don't have overpower is, I agree, they don't have any power over us if you're born again. Absolutely. They have absolutely no power. That's why I've said many times, I don't worry about these stupid little demons. You just pluck them away. They're nothing. They're nothing when you realize the power you got in Jesus Christ. But until you realize that power, you can think they ain't got power over you all your day. Devil's fine with you thinking you're whooping his butt when you ain't doing nothing. I'll tell you that straight up. He'll let you think you're winning as much as you want, as long as you don't ever really win. The minute you start really winning, oh, you'll know. You'll know when you start riling him up. Yeah. But he'll let you pretend to, like I've said many times, you think the devil won't save a baby or heal someone to get you down the wrong path? Well, you don't know the devil. He's the master of liar. He loves pretending to be an angel of light. People forget all that kind of stuff. He is the epitome of pretending to be good to keep you on the wrong path. He'll let you think he ain't have got any power over you all you want, as long as you don't realize he has power over you. It's the way he works.
Yeah,
but again, not to get on a long rant. There I went on a long rant again. But yeah, basically, to answer your question, I think they were doing the same thing, although one blatantly is working for the enemy, and the other one was tricked into thinking they were working for good.
Interesting. Yeah, I've been sitting here pondering that the whole time you guys were talking, because we were talking about, reality and stuff like that, and we were talking about the earth and the dome and the firmament, and it got me to thinking about the Tower of Babel, and then it got me thinking about portals and dimensions and stuff. And I don't, a lot of people say, well, heaven is above and hell is below, and I don't think that way. I think that hell and heaven are on they're in different dimensions, and we can't reach them in our physical bodies because we're not gods, or we're in physical bodies, basically. I think the only way to truly, like, we can send people in, but we can't go in. You know what I mean? Like, we could bring people here, and it's not going to be necessarily good people. I say people, I mean like,
well, yeah. And real quick, let me just say one more thing before you get on that, because that just reminded me of something very important.
Okay.
Whatever CERN's trying to do, if they are trying to open the bottomless pit, which was what the theory that seems to be the biggest one, at least it was back in the time I was looking at that kind of stuff. If that's what they're trying to do, and this is what I said back when I came across that, then it's the least of your worries, because we know who got the key to the bottomless pit. So they can pound on that door all they want. But that door ain't opening till the one with the key opens it. So another reason I don't care or worry about what CERN's doing. Just like I don't care or worry about what the rest of the witches or other evil people are doing. They can do whatever they want. But especially if it comes to the bottomless pit type stuff, well, they can pound on that door till you're blue in the face.
Okay.
And they may open it someday. I'm not saying they won't. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is they ain't opening nothing unless Jesus Christ decides, all right, here's the key. It's time to open it up. I'm not saying God might not use CERN to open the bottomless pit when the time comes. I'm just saying they ain't in control of anything when it comes to the bottomless pit. They can try, they can do what they want to do, but they ain't ever going to succeed unless the Father uses them to open the bottomless pit.
That was the other question I was going to ask you. Can man manipulate the end times? Like, can he start it early by opening another dimension and then letting out all the demons and letting Satan out of his imprisonment? I know that God has all control in the end. I get that, of when the spiritual war will start. Not that there isn't already a spiritual war going on, but I'm saying the big one, like the big one, like Armageddon. Like, you say that, and
Did you say arm and get them?
Yeah, I did.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Or like Arm and Hammer, Remember we talked about Arm and Hammer the other day.
Yeah. But you said arm and get them. I like that.
Yeah, arm and get him. But no, I mean, like, is it possible that God is allowing humans to do this, to start everything at this time? Not that it's early, but it's his time, it's his will that's being done by starting the war between demons and angels and God and Satan.
Well, I know what you mean. I think the war, I mean, it's already started, but I know what you mean. You're talking about the big apocalypse, the what is it called? The rapture, right?
Yeah. The big stuff, like when they mentioned the seven seals. Like, I'm not really too up on the seven seals, but once all seven seals are broken, that's when it starts, right?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, not once they're all opened. Once they start getting opened, sort of. I mean, it depends on. There's so many different interpretations of Revelation. We can't even attempt to go there. That'd be a major rant.
I know. Why did you want to watch 2 hours of TikTok videos if you had all this deep stuff to talk about? I mean, come on, man. You know the thing.
I'm sorry. It just.
Well, let me answer a couple questions in chat real quick.
Okay.
I like to try to keep up with her chat. Let's see. Greg said he's Christian. God protects us from evil, but we must work against enemy agents. Understanding them is the first step to defeating them. I agree with most of that. God used the United States to defeat the evil of Hitler. Well, that's debatable. Not that we didn't. That statement's a little debatable to me, but that's cool. He works through us. Absolutely. It makes it quite clear that he works through us. That's the whole point. He's a relationship God. We have a duty to do right, not just be concerned about our own soul. That's selfish. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. It's very selfish. And that's why I said we do what we do. You fight against it. You pray against it. You come against it. You don't just, but this is a spiritual battle. It makes it quite clear this isn't a physical battle. We don't fight them physically. If we do, we fall right back into their trap. The enemy fights physically. We fight spiritually. Now, I'm not saying if you see a child, something happen to a child in front of you and your only way to save that child is to punch that dude in the face. I'm not saying you don't punch that dude in the face. You understand there is no absolutes. You do whatever you can to defend the innocent by whatever means you can. I'm not saying you don't. But normally, our battle is spiritual. The majority of our battle is spiritual, unless something would cross your path, like one of the good news stories I got tonight. Then you do what you do. But we got to be careful how we think. And I'm not trying to bring Greg down or come against anything he's saying. It's just a good opportunity to bring up these points, because I agree with what Greg's saying for the most part. But we got to be careful. It don't say in the Bible if we're Christian, God protects us from evil. It says in the Bible, if we're born again sons and daughters of God, following Jesus Christ and filled with the Holy Spirit, he protects us from evil. That doesn't necessarily, I mean, just Satan is running rampant in the modern churches today. But those people are claiming to be Christian. That's my point. So just thinking you're Christian, so God's going to protect you, is a very dangerous trap that the churches push, because it don't say that. Like I said, the devil has no problem hanging out with Christians. And that might hurt a lot of people's feelings, or you might say I'm crazy. Again, it don't matter to me. I'm just telling you what I believe. I ain't asking you to believe nothing. You do your own research. I'm just a dude. But the devil has no problem. The devil runs most of the churches, believe it or not. I mean, the devil's in a lot of the pulpits. The devil's in the choir. The devil's in the deacons. The devil has no problem hanging out with Christians. He loves Christians. They're some of the most easily let along people there is the Christians, because they think they already know. So, you know what I mean? I've said many times, I've talked to many atheists and had more longer open discussions about Jesus and God than I ever had with Christians, because they already know Jesus and God. The pastor told them, grandma told them, Mama told them. Daddy told them. Annie Mae told them. They know all about Jesus and God. They hear their sermon all the time. They got it down. It had nothing to do with sermons or Annie or Grant. It's a personal relationship with Jesus. But again, I ain't going to argue with you. If you think you're saved and you're a Christian, cool. I hope you are. I won't argue. I'll know by your fruit whether you are. I can tell, but I still ain't ever going to call you out. It's not my job. Again, not my job. My job is to tell you the truth. Your job is to make sure you're doing it and you're in a personal relationship. So be careful just thinking if you're Christian, you're protected from evil, because you ain't. The devil, like I said, has no problem letting you say you're a Christian and tithing and going to church and singing hymns and praying for healings. And the devil has no problem with any of that stuff. None at all. None. You ain't affecting him in the least. You know what I mean? When you come against him, spiritual warfare, that's when he got a problem, because now you're doing what we're supposed to do. If you're spreading the gospel and telling the truth of Jesus Christ, now he's got a problem, because you're doing what you're supposed to do. But if you're buying into the modern-day churchianity of your flavor, he has no problem with that. He's hanging out with you. He's probably the one talking to you 90% of the time. So be careful about that kind of stuff. But absolutely, the Father uses us. Absolutely uses us. That's the point. That's why we're supposed to be born again. That's why we're supposed to fight evil. That's why we're supposed to protect innocent, feed widows, orphans. That's why we're supposed to do all that. He uses us. He's a relationship God. It's all about relationship. He don't need us. He wants us. He uses us. He wants us to be a part of this. Easiest example is Lazarus' resurrection. When Jesus come to resurrect Lazarus, he prayed out loud. And then he said, Father, I didn't have to pray out loud for your benefit. I did it for their benefit. He was saying, look, I'm only praying out loud so they hear me praying, so they know what's about to happen. It's basically what he's saying. He knew he didn't have to make a scene of it. He knew he didn't have to pray out loud, but he did it for the people. And then what'd he do? He told the people, roll away the stone. Now, Jesus could have rolled that stone away, or the Father could have rolled that stone away without a movement. He could have just rolled away. You see what I'm saying? Could easily have done that. It's well within his means. Would have been even more amazing, don't you think? Just all of a sudden the stone just rolled away and out came Lazarus. Much more dramatic. But that ain't the Father. That ain't Jesus. They're a relationship God. They want you to be a part of everything. So what'd he say? Roll away the stone. He told the people to roll away the stone. He wanted them to be a part of a miracle that was about to happen right before their eyes, because that's the Father. It's what he does. He loves using us. That's what obedience is all about. If they wouldn't have rolled away the stone, what would have happened? We don't know. Luckily, they obeyed. They rolled away the stone. But that's just an example of, yes, Father absolutely uses. It's all about using us, letting us be a part of this awesome thing he got going. Not because he has to, because he wants to, because he loves us and he's relationship. Now, another quick question. Connie says, why isn't God protecting the little children, though? I still don't understand that. It's very hard to understand. And believe me, it was on my heart for a long time and broke me for a while. And then Father finally helped me get through it and showed me some stuff and give me a little glimpse at the bigger picture and with the children and why this goes on and stuff like that. Basically, it boils down to the fact that Father never interferes forcefully with anybody's free will. That is not who he is. That's not what he does. That's the opposite of love. Love lets you learn the hard way if that's what you want to do. I mean, Father doesn't interfere with anybody's free will. So that's part of the reason why. First of all, let me say he does protect the little children. Although it don't look like it where we're sitting. Because believe me, I know it don't. Believe me. And you guys that know me, I know all about what happens with children. Probably way more than most of you do, and it's not good. It's very evil what happens with children in this world. That's why I constantly ask for prayers. But he still is protecting them. Like I said, it's hard to understand. We can't get it from our perspective because it looks like he's not protecting them. But I'll guarantee you one thing I can share with what the Father showed me with the children. I'll guarantee you, every little child that has been taken off of this earth for whatever reason, be it some of the most evilest things they do to simple accident, they are amazing. They are in an awesome place. They got a big part to play in everything when this all comes to an end. And it's 100% amazing what is going to happen with these little children. So Father is protecting them. He just isn't doing what he can't do and interfering with the free will of that evil. When I start talking about the children, I got to bite my tongue. He can't. No, see, can't ain't a good word because he's Father and can do whatever we want. But he doesn't interfere with our free will, even if our free will makes us the most evil, disgusting thing that ever walked on the face of this earth, in my opinion. And I'll tell you another thing. I've seen and showed testimony, and well, not personally, but through the internet, someone who used to be a transvestite, a pedophile, and everything. I mean, one of the, what I consider evil people, the people I pray for the children. When I pray for the children, and that's another thing that's important. When I ask for prayers for the children, I hope you're praying for the children and not praying against those who are doing the bad things to the children, because that's not what we do. When I pray for the children, I pray that the Father protects them, comforts them, takes them wherever they need to be in their mind to get through whatever might be happening to them. And I pray for whoever's doing whatever they're doing to them to have their eyes open, to come to repentance, and to carry that child out of the cage up into the street and fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. I never pray for anything bad to happen to those people, because that's evil. I pray for them to be shown the truth and to be called to repentance and to carry the children they've had in cages out themselves and set them free. That's what I pray for. But most of all, I pray for the children to be comforted and protected through whatever they got to go through. Because like I said, after a while and a lot of weeks crying, driving down the road or wherever, just starting to cry because I knew what was happening to these children, Father realized, I was like, I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. Why does this happen? I can't take it. This is horrible. It needs to stop. How can I help? I'm just a dude. I'm not a legal person. I'm not a cop. What can I do? I can't take it. I can't just sit here doing nothing. That's when Father showed me about praying, because of course I should have known that, but he was like, pray. It's the first thing he told me. And then I said, I know, but these children, it's just so horrible. And then he showed me a little bit about, like I said, a little bit about what's happening and the part they play and where they're at right now, waiting to play their part. And man, where they're at right now is way better than here. So it looks from our viewpoint that he ain't protecting the children, but believe me, he's protecting the children, and he's got very special stuff that he's going to do with these children. I just don't say too much because the enemy isn't omnipotent and he falls into traps, and I'm not going to give away any traps by saying something stupid because I was showed something that I wasn't told to share. But trust me, Connie, although it don't look like it, Father is protecting the children. He may not be protecting them the way we would want them protected and keeping them alive and not letting bad things happen to them, because he doesn't interfere with the evil people that want to do what they do. It's free will. It's horrible, but that's the way it is. Freedom's freedom. Some people use their freedoms for bad things. It's just human. It isn't the Father don't cause it to happen. Trust me, he don't want it to happen. He weeps just like Jesus wept at Lazarus' death. Believe me, Father weeps over every child, every one. It breaks his heart. That's why it breaks my heart. That's why it's my main mission. I realized how much I hate to use terms like hurt and stuff like that, but it's true. Father, people say, how can you hurt God? You can easily hurt someone who loves you unconditionally. I mean, what do you mean, how can you hurt God? He grieves, he cries. Jesus showed that. He has emotions, he feels things. Father doesn't want these children to suffer. He hates it. It hurts him. He don't like it. So, but he does take care of them, just not the way we want. And I have no way to prove it. Just pray, ask the Father, and he'll show you, he'll tell you. I mean, he may not show you the stuff he showed me. I'm not saying I don't know what Father will show you, but if you truly seek an answer to a question like that, and persist and weep over it and seek, you'll find. I guarantee you that. Any question you have, the Father will tell you the truth. He will reveal it to you. You got to be willing to listen. You got to pay attention, because it might not be a voice. It might not be. Who knows how he'll answer you, but he will answer you. And as long as your heart's opening and you're listening to the Spirit, you'll get it. But if you ask me, that's my answer. He is protecting the children, just not a way that we can understand, is my best answer. And the reason the bad things happen to them is because people are just friggin' evil. There's evil people. They do evil things. They cast evil spells. It's real. There is evil. There's many people happily following the wrong guy. Happily. I know I used to be one of them. Happily following the bad guy and doing bad things. It's real. It happens. That's the way it is. Don't think it ain't real. That's why I was saying before, don't think these things ain't got power. They got power. That's what draws people in. The devil's happy to give you worldly type power. He'll be happy to give you girls if you want girls, or money if you want money, or fame if you want fame, or whatever. He'll be happy to give you whatever you want, as long as you keep following him. Now, there are requirements, and unfortunately, the more you want, the more he's going to require. And the more you taste the power, the more you want the power, the more you're willing to start do more evil and more evil things. So that's why the children get harmed. It has nothing to do with the Father wanting it or even liking it. It has to do with man being evil and listening to the evil one and doing what the evil one's telling them to do and doing bad things to children. But they're protected. If you get deep into it and start listening to different SRA victims that come out and get saved, they'll even tell you. I mean, that's the whole point of the MK, the fracturing. That's why they fracture. That's why their minds split. That's why they're easily programmed, because they will have this place. They'll even admit it. There's this. One of the personalities will be the one that comes out when any of that stuff happens, because they're at a whole different place. They're not really, well, I don't want to say they're not going through the abuse, because they are, but there's coping ways that their mind sort of does, which I believe is the Father sort of helping them too, although it's used for evil, just like everything else. But again, I don't know. I don't know how to get too deep into that, but in my opinion, Father is protecting the children. I know he is. The problem is just not in a worldly way, because Father ain't worldly. He's spiritual. But believe me, the children are awesome. The children are fine. Their only bad time is here. We're supposed to be protecting them here. Again, it comes back to us. We're the ones that's supposed to be protecting the children here. Pray. If you can't do anything else, you can pray for the children. Like I say every time. And if you can do something, if you're a lawyer or a cop or a judge or a CPS worker, if you can do something for the children, then why aren't you? Oh, I know everyone's against you. I know you might lose your job. I know you might lose your life if you're brave enough to be in one of those positions and speak out. But is it worth it for the children? That's what you got to ask yourself. If you're in a position to physically help, help. Trust me. If I see a child, something happening near me, I'm going to help. I might die trying. Someone else might die. Who knows? But I'm going to do everything in my power to save that child physically. But if not, pray for them. But Father isn't going to step in and stop anybody's free will. That's That's the whole point. That's free will is free will, and not everybody uses it right. In fact, very few use it right. That's why children get harmed physically. But trust me, spiritually, these children are going to be fine. In fact, they're amazing. they are
Indeed.
amazing.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man, that was some good talks you got there. And you know, I was thinking about that the other day, kind of in a way. I was thinking, what if the question comes up to me, asked to me, like, why does God put children in bad homes? Like, why does he put them with bad parents? And I was sitting there thinking about that, and I'm thinking, he doesn't put them with bad parents. He lets children be born into the world with whoever, you know, has them. He gives that child a soul and lets them be born into the world. And it's up to that parent to do what he or she is going to do. Now, if they are abusive and mean to the child and just evil people in general, then that's on them. That's not on the father. That's what they're doing with their own free will, and they will be judged in their own way. He'll judge them in their own way. Not exactly the way we think of judge, but that's them. The child's born in the world under circumstances and is allowed to give a life and is allowed to grow up and try to overgo that experience and try to, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't put children in bad homes. He puts them in the homes and the parents become bad, or they are already bad. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if I go that far. I don't.
Well,
you know, God don't.
I'm probably not saying that right.
I wouldn't say he don't put them. You know, I don't know. Sort of got to be careful how you phrase that, because I mean, I don't know. I know God knits us in the womb. He knows everyone is going to be born. I understand all that, but I don't think that necessarily means God knows everything. That's my point.
Right.
So just the fact that he knew this person was going to have a child don't mean he wanted or caused that person to have a child necessarily. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He just knew these people are going to have children. These people are going to have children. You know, I don't think he puts a child in a good or bad home. I think he just knows children are going to be born.
Right.
And he gives them the life. It's, again, this gets a little hard to explain, but just saying God don't put a child in a bad home, they become bad, that's, I don't know. I don't necessarily, because I don't think he put them in the home.
Not the child.
No, I know you meant the parents, but either way, the point is you said God put them in a home. And the parents became bad. Well, then why did God put them in a home where he knew the parents were going to become bad? Would be my counter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because he knew they were going to become bad. He knows everything.
Yeah. But that's what I was sitting thinking about, though. I was sitting there thinking about the children are born. Like their parents, you know, the mom and dad, whatever they do, you know how it works. It's not how I mean it. I better just stop while I'm ahead, but it's just sitting there thinking about it, like they're given a chance at life. The child is given a chance at life, and it's not necessarily like that the parents are going to be good or bad. It's just the way it ends up sometimes. Okay, there. That's why I'm leaving that at right there.
Well, for me to comment, it's been a while since you brought this up. I remember it was a little while ago when you were talking about how when the children are in that situation and how they cope with it. I mean, I using myself as an example, my dad was verbally abusive towards me, and
You gotta
a little
do
bit
the Joker voice. You gotta do the whole thing.
right.
My dad was a drunk and meaner. And one day he came home angry. Never mind. I'm kidding. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right.
You're trying to be serious. I'm trying to.
No, it's all good.
I'm sorry.
I mean, no, he did come home drunk, and he would come home, and first, a lot of times, my mom would try to make me be in. He worked a lot of crazy shifts, um, and she would try to have me in bed or whatever before he walked in the door 9 times out of 10 because he would come in drunk and ready to argue and all that kind of stuff. And I would listen to, lamps being broken in the other room and stuff hitting the wall and this and that and the other. And then the next morning, I was sure to get a mouthful of, him yelling and screaming in my face and, a backhand here, a backhand there, a smack or whatever. And, it wasn't pleasant being around my dad when he was being that way. And I learned how to, well, put it this way, make a long story short, I blocked a lot of my childhood out. I don't really have I have very few memories of any time in my life before I was 7 years old. And that was the year my mom finally divorced my dad and he quit being a regular part of my life. And I'd see him on my birthdays and on Christmas, and that was about it. And from that point going forward, I do have memories of my childhood, but every day, uh, very few things can I remember before the age of 7. And I think it's because I purposely blocked it out just to protect my own psyche. Now, does my brain still know that it happened? Yes. But I don't remember the specific details. And it's probably for the best that I don't. But I'm still scarred from it. I'm still affected by it. And,
Sure.
and it really did happen. But that doesn't, and I think that's one of the things Armor may have been alluding to is what I'm trying to get at.
Sure. When we're abused, either physically or emotionally, we go to that spot. Like our brain automatically pushes it to the back, almost to the point where it erases that part of our memory, sort of. Like, is it still in there? Sure, it is. All that abuse and stuff is in there, but it's locked away tight, and a lot of times it doesn't even resurface. Like, it'll resurface later on or stuff like that. But that's how our brains protect us. That's how we have that mechanism,
And I don't know how much truth there is to it, but I would imagine that there's probably some. I found out later that my dad's dad used to physically and verbally abuse him. And that not only did he do it to him, but he did it to his brothers and sisters as well. But that for whatever reason, my dad always, being the age he was, or for whatever reason, always caught the brunt of it the most. So he was the one who received the most. From the way the stories go, the way the people tell it or whatever, is he got the most abuse out of his dad. And I guess and then they say that then that person passes on the abuse. They grow up and then they go to do it. I think there probably is some truth to that because you do see examples where that does happen.
Sure. My dad was the same way. My dad was. Oh, you're breaking up, dude. I can't. You were breaking up. You're breaking up badly.
You're roboting.
Yeah.
Yep, you're roboting bad.
And there's nothing I can do about it. All right, I'll just digress, I guess.
Yeah, we can't really understand you at all. It's pretty rough.
And that's too bad too, because you were getting into some deep stuff there.
Might have to go out and come back in, maybe.
How about now? Do I sound better now?
No,
not really. I mean, a little better, but it's still glitching out.
Oh wow. Yeah, he was getting into some not good stuff, but he was getting into some real stuff too. That's a shame.
Yeah, and that's another thing. How many children, I mean, if we're honest, how many children are lucky enough? Like Connie says, she was blessed with loving, kind parents.
Yeah.
But how many children really are? I mean, how many children aren't mentally abused or what some would consider physically abused with lickings and stuff? I got lickings when I was little. Now it'd be considered physical abuse.
Right.
Not that we had horrible childhoods, but did we have great childhoods? I personally didn't. I've made it quite clear my childhood was not fun. I had no friends. I get beat up all the time. I spent my time in the woods with animals and Jesus.
That's the way I was too, Armor, except for the whole woods and Jesus part.
And it ain't like I was a true follower. I mean, I went to Sunday school, so sometimes
Right.
I guess I was talking to Jesus. Now I look back on it, but just I spent time in nature, just.
But I got
thinking of
bullied on
stuff. And
I got bullied on a daily basis. I hated school. That's why I hated school. And then I'd come home and get verbally abused and beaten with, well, I wasn't beaten with a belt, not beaten, just, I guess, regular beaten. Like back then it wasn't anything. It was just a spanking. You know what I mean? You'd get hit with belts and switches and stuff like that. It was just normal. But my dad, my real dad, my biological dad, he was worse. And his dad used to beat him, and his father before him beat him and physically abused his mom. And my mom got beat by my biological dad. I mean, it is a cycle. It is, when children are abused, then they grow up abusive. It not all the time, but a lot of times that is true. What Sagi was saying. That's what I was, it's a shame. Oh man, he just left. I had him backstage. I was going to put him in, but he just left.
he might be restarting.
Yeah.
He'll be back, I'm sure.
But I want to.
Yeah, again, it's unfortunate what happens, but it has, we tend to try to put a lot of blame on the father that just isn't his blame. He just doesn't interfere with free will. And we know who's in charge of this world. It makes it quite clear. And he's been in charge of this world, since the fall. So there's going to be bad people. They're going to do horrible things. And that's why our most important job as a parent, and unfortunately I didn't do this, so I'm not trying to pretend I'm better than anybody. I was horrible. I wish I could go back and change a whole bunch of stuff, but you can't. But what you should do, if you're a true good parent, then you should be teaching your children about Jesus. So if something ever does happen, at least they got a rock to stand on and protection to call out to if they're in a bad situation. So if you say your parents were good, I hope you mean they taught you about Jesus, because that's what a parent should be doing. That's the most important thing a parent can do. Of course, give a loving home. Make sure you got food and clothes. Do the worldly things that a parent should do. But the most important job of a parent, and like I said, I didn't learn till it was too late, but at least now I can do it as a grandparent, is to teach your children the truth. Teach them about Jesus. Teach them if anything happens, Jesus is with you. He'll protect you. Call out to him. It'll mean a lot if anything happens. You know what I mean? It's the poor children who know nothing about God or Jesus, and then something evil happens to them. Who do they got to cry out to? You see what I'm saying? So at least instill, at least let them know who Jesus is and how he'll be there to defend you if he has to. And then they got a hope, they got comfort, they got someone to call out to, and he will answer. You know what I mean? But if they don't call out, again, Father don't budge in on anybody. He only comes in if you ask him. But if you ask him, he'll come running. He's just waiting for you to ask. He'll come running. So a good parent is a parent who teaches their children about Jesus. That's a good parent. That's the only parent you should be. Do what you can worldly to take care of your children. Of course, don't abuse them mentally or physically or any of that. That's bad. But most importantly, teach them the truth. Give them a rock. Show them somewhere to stand no matter what happens. It's the most important thing you can do.
There he is.
All right.
Well, I want to change gears anyway, but Sagi, did you want to finish what you were saying? Go ahead and finish, brother.
Yeah. Having a really hard time getting back in here. Can you hear me okay now?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
much better now.
All right, cool. All right. Yeah, I came in once, but everything was still real. Like you guys sounded like robots to me, so I had to reboot my whole
Really?
phone and everything. Yeah.
Huh. Well, blow me
But
down.
yeah, the only other thing I can remember that I wanted to say about that I hadn't said already was like you like now today, like you see how I'm like I'm Mr. Talkative, and I'm pretty good
Yeah.
with my words, and I'm good at presenting and sharing and communicating and all that kind of stuff. But when I was like I said, I don't remember much before age of 7 though. But then you take me from like age 7 up to almost like 14 or 15 years old. I was still very, like, I guess the word is introverted, very shy, very reserved, very quiet. Didn't talk a whole lot. Didn't put myself out there. Wasn't anything like the way I am now. I really had a coming up from like 16 to 22. I finally just started getting, putting myself out there and finding my way and acclimating myself. But it took a long time. And that was the last point I wanted to make, was that even though you can shut it out, it affects you for a long time. It's definitely an obstacle that you got to overcome if you're even as an adult. If you're in some type of abusive relationship, it affects you. But I guess what I'm trying to say is yeah, you put in you have those if you're a child and you're going through some type of verbal, physical, or sexual abuse, all you really can do is find some way to shut yourself down and compartmentalize what's happening to you and try to keep it, tucked away as best you can, even though, and that's the human response, right? That's what people do. But really, the real thing that the kids should be doing is pointing it out, screaming it out. This person's hurting me. This person's touching me. This person's mean to me. Telling whoever will listen. But for whatever reason, it seems more often than not the victim chooses to remain silent, and that works towards the enemy's favor, which is so sad. But yeah, that's really all I had to say about that, and passing
You
it
better
on.
believe it. Yeah, that's so true. Most of the time, they're either scared of redemption, or they just corner up, like you said. They block it all out and they forget what happened. Well, they don't forget what happened, but they just, it just
they suppress it, and then
Yeah.
years later, once they, and then a lot of times years later they want to seek retribution, but it's a lot harder to prove it long after the fact than it is while it's taking place.
Exactly. Well, hey guys, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and switch gears here and let's get to some silly business. That was a very hard, difficult subject to get through, but I'm glad we got through it. It was a good, hard, difficult conversation. I'm glad we had it. But I just want to get on to easier and slimmer stuff, and then we'll have some good news. So that'll make it even better. We'll have some good news instead of all this slumber stuff. So here we go. Here we go, guys. Here's what I want to show you first. Like, this is what I see every day when I wake up. I see this little asshole right here. I see him, and I'm just thinking, my God, look, let me blow it up for you. This frog is always out, and no matter what it is, there could be snow, like it says there, 41 degrees, and it's sunny. Okay, that's fine, but all of this should be covered in snow. And why does this little turd have a freaking mask on? That upsets me. He's all by himself. There's no one around him, and he's just all by himself. and he has a mask on out there just picking oranges out of his tree. How the heck are you picking oranges out of your tree when it's the middle of freaking winter? I mean, this upsets me, guys. Does anyone else get this on their weather app? This little frog guy? I mean, it just
I don't have a frog guy. Nope.
okay.
Nope, I don't have a frog guy either. He looks kind of froggy though.
Yeah, I mean,
But I get what you're saying. It should be a little more realistic if it's going to be a weather app.
yeah, you would think so. It just grinds my gears. That's all I'm saying. It just grinds my gears. If he's picking oranges, I think he's in Florida. He can't be in Illinois. Okay, so here's another one of him. Just let's see here. How do I do this? Oh crap! I didn't mean to do it that way. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Go here. What? I just had it. Now it's gone. Where is this atrocity? Oh, yeah. Did I send the other one? Oh, here's the other one. Now, this is really going to set me off. Wait. Hold on. What are you guys getting? A blank screen?
Yep.
Yeah, we could see it a minute ago or a second ago, and then it went away.
There it is. Now it's back.
Okay, you can see this?
Yep.
Look. 41 degrees. Okay, it's sunny. I get it. But it feels like 34. I mean, now he's got a coat on. He's got the hat, and that's fine. But do you see any snow anywhere? And look at these buildings back here. I don't live anywhere where there's buildings. This guy, to me, is in Florida. He's not in Illinois. This is supposed to be representative of Illinois. And it just don't represent Illinois. And there's other ones like this where he's out and he's got no clothes on, just a mask, and he's hanging his clothes out on the clothesline. It's nighttime, but it could be below zero. Like, well, what the heck are you doing hanging your clothes outside when it's below zero? I don't know. It's just it grinds my gears. I don't know.
I get what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just small things in life that really trigger us the most, isn't it, Hebrew?
Yes, it is. It's the small things. Well, I've been looking at this for over like 3 years now. So it's the same weather app. Oh, I don't get it. He's a frog. He's by himself. Just little froggy, take off your mask and go in your little mushroom house and stay warm, till summertime. Then come out and, have your little picnic blanket. And I don't know.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, don't blame the frog. He can't help it. So don't in the morning be cussing out the frog for not doing it right.
Yeah, he just got to go where they draw him. He can't help it.
Okay. Now, here's on the more serious note, I did some research on green potatoes.
Well, what do you mean you did research on green potatoes?
The earlier rant when you guys were talking about God knows what, it
all stemmed from green potatoes, didn't it?
It was
it is what started the mess, I think. Green potato chips. So what was it? What do they do to you?
Yeah, green potato chips. When I was a little kid, my mom used to tell me that green potato chips, if you ate green potato chips, your children would become retarded. And then when I got a little older and I grew up a little bit and I was a teenager, my friends would say green potato chips would make your kids retarded. That's what they heard from their moms and dads too.
So it's a here in Illinois thing, definitely, yeah.
Well, I guess it must be because I couldn't find this anywhere. I looked up green potato. I can't even find green potato chips. The only thing I could find was green potatoes. And here's the article I was able to dig up. Green potatoes, harmless or poisonous. So if you could see that, Sagi, I want you to read just down to here. Or actually, hold on. Yeah, just down to there. I don't care why they're green. I just want to know what it says about them being poisonous or not.
Well, I want to know why they're green.
Oh well.
All right, let's find out. Let's get to the bottom of this green potato mystery, okay? All right. Well, according to scientists, all moms in Heron, Illinois are correct. All of their kids turned out retarded from eating a rash of green potato chips back in the early 70s. It's unclear as to how many people of Heron, Illinois were affected by the green potato chip mystery. But it does seem that there's this one particular guy in particular who was greatly affected. And if he is to ever find this article, just tell him to turn off his computer and walk away.
He went on to become a famous YouTube star with a show and sidekicks.
Would you like me to continue reading, sir?
No, that's
I would definitely like it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get on here. The next paragraph was it says, when you reach into a sack of potatoes only to find they've started turning green, you're faced with a conundrum of whether to throw them away or not. Actually, no, I just pretty much throw them away. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it, but I digress. Some cut their losses and toss the green potatoes, while others remove the green spots and use them anyway. However, green potatoes are more than just undesirable. They can also be dangerous. In fact, the green color, the bitter taste that the potatoes occasionally develop can indicate the presence of a toxin. Some people wonder whether eating green potatoes can make you sick, or if peeling or boiling them will make them safe to eat. This article covers everything you need to know about green potatoes and whether they pose a threat to your health. All right.
Well, I guess we got to read why they turn green.
Well, yeah, let's find out.
Yeah.
The greening of potatoes is a natural process. When potatoes are exposed to light, they begin to produce chlorophyll, the green pigment that gives many plants their algae their color. This causes light-skinned potatoes to change from yellow or light brown to green. This process also occurs in darker skinned potatoes, although the dark pigment may disguise it. If you can tell if a dark colored potato is greening by scratching off the skin and checking for any green patches underneath. Okay, let's see how long. Okay, it's not much longer. All right. The chlorophyll also allows plants to harvest energy from the sun via photosynthesis. So this process, plants are able to produce carbs and oxygen from sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide. The chlorophyll that gives some potatoes their green color is completely harmless. In fact, it's present. It's present.
Mm-hmm.
It should say presence in many of the plants food you eat every day. Oh, it's present in many of the plant foods.
Yeah.
Right. Nevertheless, greening in potatoes can also signal a production of something less desirable, potentially harmful, a toxic plant compound called solanine. Never heard of that. All right. Now I've seen the green potatoes in the green potato chips, and I never really gave it that much thought, but So, yeah, I think that we pretty much covered it.
Yeah.
What do you think? All right.
Well, let me go ahead and just read this last part because I'm curious about it now. Green potatoes can be toxic, sir. They can be, especially when you make them into potato chips. No, I'm just kidding. Green potatoes can be toxic. When exposure to light causes potatoes to produce chlorophyll, it can also encourage the production of certain compounds that protect against damage from insects, bacteria, fungi, or hungry animals. I didn't know that. Unfortunately, these compounds can be toxic to humans. Solanine, The main toxin that potatoes produce works by inhibiting the enzyme involved in breaking down certain neurotransmitters. It also acts by damaging cell membranes and can negatively affect your intestines. Permeability. Oh, permeability. Okay, thank you, sir. Selenium is normally present in low levels in the skin and flesh of potatoes. Ooh, I didn't know potatoes had flesh. I guess if it's Mr. Potato Head, he has flesh, as well as in a higher levels and part of the potato plant. Yet when exposed to sunlight, they melt just like gremlins. No, I'm just kidding. Our damaged potatoes produce more of it. Chlorophyll is a good indicator of the presence of high levels of selenium in a potato, but it isn't a perfect measure. Although the same conditions encourage the production of both selenium and chlorophyll, they are produced independently of each other. And let me just read the rest of this.
Dun, dun, dun.
In fact, depending on variety, one potato may turn green very quickly, yet contain moderate levels of selenium. And that the ender and that what?
Another typo.
Another? That's supposed to be another? They missed the O, sir.
Typo.
Or it's just a tight.
Oh.
They forgot the O.
Okay. May green slowly, yet contain high levels of toxin. What? Nevertheless, greening is a sign that the potato may be starting to produce more selenium. So, summary: when exposed to sunlight, potatoes produce toxin called selenium. It protects them from insects, bacteria, but is toxic to humans. Greening the potatoes is a good indicator of selenium. So, if they're green, then throw them out in the garden. If they're brown, then eat them down. Right?
Yep.
So that's basically the short end and fat end of it. I don't know. I thought it was interesting, you know.
Well, at least you know now that you know if you eat a green potato chip, none of your kids are going to come out retarded. So it's all good.
It's all good. It's just going to kill you. That's all.
Well, it didn't actually say you die from it. It just said it was toxic. Like you might get sick or something. Get a bellyache.
Yeah. I like purple potatoes. Yeah, purple potato. I get those at Aldi sometimes. I get me some purple potatoes, the little tiny ones, and I take those. I chop them up into a pan roast, like a roasting pan, and put some onions on them and bake them in the oven. Oh my gosh, they're so good. You put your butter on them, of course, and so good. So anyway, it is now time for Armor Up's Good News broadcast. Unless, of course, Sagi, you had more to contribute to the green potato or purple potato.
No, at this point, I think
someone contribute a little bit more because I need 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. I need 1 minute.
Okay. All right, 1 minute. He needs 1 minute, sir.
Well, his 1 minute will take in the form of this intro.
Well, what do you mean, intro?
Well, I got two intros. I'll play this one.
Good news, got that old late news, got that joy coming through, got me feeling alright. Good news, got that dip in my step, feel that beat in my chest, got that love in my life. I'm talking good news.
And if he's still not ready, then I've got this intro. Hey, there you go.
Wow,
Yeah.
that was pretty good, man.
What if he still ain't ready?
Well, if he still ain't ready, then I've got this thing.
Oh no, he does have something.
Oh, wait, no, not that. That was just a case.
That was the timeline that never happened.
I know, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Pay that no mind.
Yeah. But I do have this.
Oh,
But he-
okay. What if he is ready?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
Let me know when you share.
Ladies and gentlemen, good news time with Armor Up. Beep 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 boop 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 boop. Armor Up's good news.
All right.
There you go,
Okay.
man.
Our first good news is story this week, and two of these come from our partner in crime, Sagi. He sent me two of these stories, so shout out to Sagi. This is one of them. The next one will be the other one he sent me. Sheriff deputies in Ohio were called when a suspicious bag was found outside a church, but what was inside was not what they were expecting. Upon opening the suspicious package on Thursday, the bomb unit from Butler County Sheriff's Office discovered a cat and her 6 adorable one-day-old kittens. There's the kittens. And there's the cat. When specialist Mike Grimes and Detective Deathridge arrived, they didn't hear ticking, they heard purring, the sheriff's office said in a Facebook post. And when I was reading this earlier, I was showing the wife, I said, that's hilarious, because I could just envision these two, because you know how the bomb guys are. They come in, they're all suited up, they grab their little stethoscopes, they're listening to the package, see what they can hear, and dude's like, dude, is that purring? Do you hear purring in here too? You know, hilarious. Anyhow, along with the family of felines was a handwritten message written on a paper napkin stating that Sprinkles went into labor the day before. Mom's name is Sprinkles. She began giving birth at 2 p.m. Wednesday, February 17th, according to the note. The sheriff's office took the cat and her kittens to the Animal Friends Humane Society in Hamilton, where they are warm, cozy, and fed. The animal shelter said in Facebook post Friday that the kittens received baths when they arrived because they were soaked in their mother's urine. Sprinkles, purring throughout it all, received her vaccines and blood tests and appears to be in good health, according to the shelter's post. She's doing a fantastic job nursing and caring for her babies, and all 7 will be placed in their foster family this afternoon. The shelter plans to provide regular updates on Sprinkles and her kittens on Facebook as they grow and mature over the next 2 months. So our first good news story, just a little cuteness about the bomb bag that was full of kittens. Thank you, Sandy.
I know. I thought those kittens were the bomb, man.
Where?
Oh, I tell you what, man. I'm with you, Armor. I could imagine those guys. They're all serious. They're all uniformed up. They got all the chest protector plate and all the protective clothing on. They're like listening for bomb ticking or whatever they listen for, and they hear that purring.
Oh no!
Yeah,
it sounds
that
like
would
we
have
got-
had to have been hilarious. To
Yeah.
just
We got
see their
the-
faces and look at each other and like, dude, do you hear purring?
I think we got something serious here. I've never heard a hum quite like that, there, Chief.
Seems to be massive. I think we have more than one device.
Oh man. All right then. I almost put my stuff up there. Back to the green potato. Beep 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 beep.
For goodness sakes, nobody wants to see your stuff. Just saying. At least I don't. I won't speak for the audience, but again, you all make your own decision when it comes to that. All right, our next one, again from Sagi, he sent earlier in the week. Tim Hennessy remembers a collective groan on Tuesday as the lights went out in his local grocery store in Texas. He and his wife quickly grabbed their last items and pulled up to a checkout line 20 carts deep. Around him were a couple hundred shoppers, some with only credit cards, trying to stock up during a statewide emergency. The power had been going on and off in his Austin suburb as cold weather overwhelmed the Texas grid, but no one told shoppers to put their items back if they couldn't pay cash. When Hennessy got to the cashier, he said she just waved him on, thanked him, and told him to drive home safely. And it hit us, like, wow, they're just letting us walk out the door, the 60-year-old man recounted. Ahead of him, shoppers were pushing carts piled high with diapers, milk, jumbo boxes of crackers, all free. He began to tear up. The show of kindness this week at the HEB, want to get the name right, because they did a great thing, HEB grocery store in Leander, Texas, has gone viral. A bright spot in a crushing week for Americans weathering a deadly winter storm that left people scrambling for food and clean water after mass power outages. Hennessy's Facebook post about the episode exploded, and a Friday op-ed in the Houston Chronicle contrasted the generosity in Leander with authorities' failures. Why HEB comes through in a crisis when Texas government doesn't, the headline read. Hennessy attributes his post's unexpected resonance to a hunger for good news at a time when Americans are bombarded with the bad. By Tuesday, the snowstorm pummeling much of the country had left more than a dozen dead, and power outages in Texas had peaked, plunging several million homes into darkness. The country's been through a lot in this last year and a half or so, right? Since last March, I guess, really. A lot of division, a lot of stuff going on. And on top of this, in Texas here, we've got this weather. They're not ready for this, Hennessy told the Washington Post. But it wasn't all terrible, and here was proof. People are really good, and you see it in the tougher times, he said. There they are heading out with all their free groceries. He was going to title his Facebook post, "The America I Know," he said, until his wife suggested just the heart of America. Out in the HEB parking lot on Tuesday, he could tell that other shoppers were touched too. Carts were getting stuck in the ice and snow. Groceries were tumbling out. But people started holding on to other people's bags, Hennessy said. Watching an elderly woman nervously struggle to get her car moving, the wheels were spinning on ice, Hennessy says he and a couple other men pushed the vehicle ahead. Everybody started helping each other, he said. Hennessy, who works in information technology, said he called HEB on Friday to ask if they had preferred charities. He wanted to pass on the good deed by donating whatever he would have paid for his milk, produce, and power bars. HEB did not respond to the Post inquiries Friday evening, and a man who answered the phone at its Leander location said staff there could not comment. But the company confirmed shoppers' accounts on Twitter. Yes, this is a true story, it commented below pictures of Hennessy's post. Other customers were also moved. Shelby Lasker told the Austin American-Statesman that she was anxious to get supplies in, and in the checkout line, when the power stopped, taking out the store's payment terminals, she still left with staples and Lunchables for her 4-year-old son. I think they could tell how upset people were, she told the American-Statesman. There they are leaving HEB. There they are lined up. Texas' situation was dire and would only escalate for Hennessy, who said his home lost running water the next day. He says the water's back now, but the storms have wreaked costly havoc on public infrastructure, and much of the state is still under advisories to boil their water before drinking, if they can even get it from the tap. But Tuesday afternoon at HEB, Hennessy felt hopeful and even cracked some jokes on his way out of the store. I could use one right now, he recalled telling an employee who asked if he had any alcoholic drinks. Wait a minute, I forgot the filet mignon, he told staff later before heading out the door. No one told him exactly why they were doing it But the message to him was clear. The mindset he said seemed to be, you're our customers. You probably need this stuff. Go ahead and have a nice day. So shout out to HEB in, let me get it right, Leander, Texas. Shout out to HEB. If y'all are around there and know of the HEB, well, heck, I would support something like this. So shout out to the people in Texas pulling together and helping each other through the tough times.
You know, HEB, that shit is free. No, I'm just kidding. But
That's a good slogan.
I like that. That was good, Sagi. Oh man, how do you come up with this stuff?
I don't know. But did you hear about the people getting online in Texas after they started to, they're starting to come out of the ice or whatever, and they're looking at their Duke bill or their electric bill or whatever, and they have like a $16,000 gas charge or a $40,000 electric bill from where all the wiring was messed up from when the freeze and the pipes were busted and everything. I guess the way that everything was keeping track of everything, certain people were getting charged for ridiculously large amounts of consumption that they obviously didn't do. It'd be impossible to use that much power or gas in a residence.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I keep seeing all the videos on TikTok of people like they're powered down and stuff like that. And I tell you, when it gets silly is when people they're like, my food is spoiling. I got all my food. I'm like, dude, you do know that outside is as cold as your refrigerator and freezer right now, right? Like, just, use some common sense a little bit. Take your food, put it in some container of some sort. It doesn't have to be a cooler, but like a container of some sort, and set it outside. Make sure there's a lid on it because you don't want animals getting to it, but it's just common sense, man. Common sense, dude. Oh man, that just cracks me up right there. They're like, oh, my food's spoiling. I'm like, oh, well, you stick it outside, it won't spoil.
You got a free giant freezer right now if you're in the right area. Put your food outside. Should, like you said, that should be common sense. It is for most people, but some people just don't have that anymore.
All right, Armor, so you got one more, right?
I got one more. Yep.
1 minute, though.
This is personally my favorite one of the week, although I did love your two stories, Sagis. They were awesome, but this one's just great.
I love how you saved the best for last, so I'm definitely looking forward to it.
He's saving the best for last, but I don't mean to step on your good news or anything, but I do want to say we do need to pray for people in Texas because, not only are they out of power, it's cold right now. I guess it's starting to warm up, though. It's going to warm up eventually, but there are people trying to keep themselves warm in their house, and they're using they're using propane, and they're using like burning barrels and other chemicals and stuff like that they're seeing on YouTube. And they're dying from
the fumes.
The monoxide and stuff. So
well, propane, as long as they're using an indoor propane furnace, there should be no problem.
Yeah.
Now, if they're taking one of those bullets, like we call them here, that you put in a garage, yeah, that could cause a problem. But propane's one of the best heat sources there is, next to wood. Wood's the best, in my opinion. But propane's a great heat source.
But I think they're taking that one stuff that you talked about. I don't think it's like normal propane, but just, I don't know. Maybe they should crack a window or something, or maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they got to be very ventilated. That's why you use them in like big garages and stuff. They're not a problem because so much open area. But yeah, in a room, in a house, oh yeah, that's not good. They got to be properly vented. And your normal indoor propane furnaces are properly vented. That's why they're a great heat source. But yeah, you got to be careful, especially when you're not used to heating sources like a lot of Texans. You know what I mean?
Right.
They see propane, it gives off heat, I'm buying that. They don't think necessarily look, oh, well, that's for well-ventilated area only. I mean, they're always clearly marked, but again, it comes to common sense. Sometimes people don't pay attention.
And the thing with it being down there is it's just not so. I mean, to use the word common, it's not common for it to get that cold down there. So
Right.
a lot of these, things we would normally be just as, oh man, they may have never in their whole life experienced anything like that before. So they don't really have a clue. It's not really their fault per se. I mean,
well, like I was saying, the boxes are clearly marked. Do not use indoors. So that's what I meant by common sense. Not that they should naturally know, but most people should read before they do something.
Yeah, exactly. They I mean, it's like the Gorilla Glue girl. You should read the bottle before you
exactly
apply.
Same type of thing. It's just everything's very clearly marked for idiots in this day and age. Believe me, if the lid of my cup tells me my coffee's hot, that just goes to show, we've been marking stuff quite idiot-proof for a long time. So there's no reason to do them kind of things anymore because everything's clearly marked, so you don't do stupid stuff. So, but people still constantly do stupid stuff.
All right, here goes your final. Oh wait, no, not final. Your last news story of this evening, sir. Don't say final. Right. It sounds so permanent.
Yeah, it sort of does.
There you go.
But who knows? It could be my final.
Oh, yeah, you never know.
We ain't in control of that.
Yeah.
All right. 2 sanitation workers in Louisiana are being hailed as heroes for saving a 10-year-old girl who had been abducted from a family member's home. And there the 2 gentlemen are there with the little girl they saved. Dion Merrick and Brandon Antoine, I guess would be how you pronounce it, workers for Pelican Waste and Debris, were on their shift last Monday when they spotted a vehicle matching the Amber Alert for a missing child. Something told me. I said, "What's that car doing off in the field like that?" Merrick said in a video posted to Facebook Live below. We'll watch the video in a minute here. So they pulled over their garbage truck on the wrong side of the highway, blocked the silver sedan from escaping while they called 911. After a responding officer commended the men for their actions, Merrick began to tear up. "She's safe right now," Merrick said, adding that he has a little girl of his own. The suspect is currently being held at the Iberia Parish Jail without bond on charges of aggravated kidnapping of a child. The St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Office presented Merrick and Antoine with the Citizens Award for bravery and diligence. So big shout out to Merrick and Antoine, Dion and Brandon for stepping up and saving a child. And this is what I was saying earlier. If you are in an opportunity to save a child, save a child. Don't just go on about your business. Well, watch the video. He's sort of, you can tell he's very emotional. He's going to ramble a bit. He's going to repeat a lot of stuff. But this is a pretty awesome video. We want to watch it to the end. It's 8 minutes. So kick back and let's check out this video. And another thing, I just got an Amber Alert probably, I guess it was last week. Might have been earlier this week. When you get them on your phone, because I imagine most of you get them, I know we get them, do you just look at it and close it? Or do you actually pay attention to what that car looks like and the license number? Because people like me, believe me, I'm out driving. I see an Amber Alert, it's like I'm starting to look. Even if there's a slim chance they're even in my area. You know what I mean? So pay attention. You get an Amber Alert, at least pay attention. Take a look at the type of the car. If you see that type of the car, check out the license plate. You could save a child. We're going to show it right here. This is what can happen if you're just alert.
great example of an Amber Alert working, it's great to see because so often I think that they go out and nothing becomes of them. Simply like what you said, Armor. People just don't. They just want it off their phone. They don't even look at it long enough to read who it was, what it was, and they don't really even care. And the car could be literally right in front of them at this light that they're sitting at right now if they just glanced at it. So yeah, I totally agree.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Let's listen to this fella's account of what happened.
Man, bruh, I was on my trash route. I just seen this gray car parked in the field. There was the dude who had the little 10-year-old girl. I just saved that little girl life, bro. I just saved that little girl life, bro. Thank God, bro. They got him now. Come on, man.
I'm glad they got it, man. That's a blessing, man.
They saved that little girl thanks to two Pelican drivers, man.
Thank y'all, fellas. Man, don't leave just yet, because we're gonna need to get some information from y'all, all right?
Got you, man. Man, I'm serious, man. That's sad, dog. That's sad, cuz. I saved that little girl life, man. Little girl 10 years old, man. On my job, dog. On my job. Amber Alert this morning. Come on, man. Silver car and everything, bro. Y'all need to say this shit, dog. Like, for real. Like, man, that's why I tell people, dog. People always want, man, that's wild, cuz. And like I said, people act like they see stuff, but they don't want to say nothing. Man, look, the car right there, the little girl.
You know, and I want to interrupt here for a second because this just hit me. This ties in perfectly to CJ's question earlier. Why isn't Father protecting the children? He is. Problem is, are we listening? This is a prime example of someone who listened, and Father protected this child with us, because that's how he protects them here, through us.
Safe right now. She's safe right now. She's safe, bro. Thank God, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a little girl. You know what I mean? On my job, doing what I gotta do, dog. You know what I mean? Bruh. I just told my what you call it. I say, man, look, check this out. You know what I mean? That's God, bruh. That's why I say, man, that man is real. A lot of people don't believe in him, but they need to start believing in him, cuz. They got that little girl, cuz.
I would kill that little girl. My little girl starving right now, boy.
Sad, dog.
Yeah, and I don't feel bad. I swear, don't do that to my fucking child, man.
Man, bro, we just got that little girl, man.
That little girl was crying for joy, man.
Like, for real, dude. Look at the car, bro. That's why I tell people, bro. Watch your children, bro. Watch your children, bro. I got kids. You know what I'm saying? Little girl, she safe, dude. She safe. Believe that. You know what I'm saying? She safe. She good? Yeah, I'm live. I'm live and direct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm about to join your shit.
Man, and something told me, bro. Something told me. Like, just look. I said, what that car doing way it ducked off in the field like that? What the car do ducked off? Guess what?
And notice what he said there. And he's knowing it's God. Something told me. Something told me just look. Are you listening? Because he's going to tell you to look. Problem is, are you too busy to pay attention?
That's the dude with the little girl. Come on, man. That's why I say, when stuff going on like this, you herb and share, you spread it. You know what I mean? Man, I thank God we got this little girl, man. Bruh, I ain't lying, bro. It's a blessing, dog. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yeah, I got, but like I said, man, I just thank God, man. Look, he blessed us to find that little girl. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. Lord, bro.
Man, look at some of that thing, huh?
Man, it's for real, dog.
It's sad, boy.
Yeah, man.
job, gentlemen.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you for your assistance.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying,
Man, I
dude.
got nieces and... Y'all saved the day. Man,
This was, man, dog.
cutting that as fuck. Don't do that.
Like they said, bro, I was just doing my job, man. I was just doing my job, and actually came across somebody who needed help, bro. Shit got me tearing up right now, dog. Like for real. I'd have never thought. You know what I'm saying? Shit crazy, bro. Everything all right, man. Whoever little girl this is, man, look, you need to fall on your knees and tell God, thank you, man. Thank you. Because it could have been worse, bro. And I'm looking at the situation. If you look at them woods and stuff, anything could have been, it could have went on. You know what I'm saying? Shit crazy, bro. Shit crazy, bro. But like I said, y'all share that. Remember who we are. Remember who I am, bro. Like I said. But just keep, man, look. Man, dog, I ain't lying, bro. Shit crazy, dude.
Man, that's a blessing, boy. I ain't lying, boy. I'm glad that little girl safe, boy. I'm glad she's safe, man.
For real, bro. Laws in camp, and like I said, a lot of people see stuff, man, look, if you see something that's not right, man, look what you do, man, call 911. Look how quick the response team was.
Man.
Amber Alert went out this morning. You know what I mean? Found her. I was on my job. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm still on my job. I'm on the clock. You know what I mean? But guess what? Came through, bro. Saved the life, bro.
Fellas, y'all supervisor knows y'all gonna be a little bit late.
Yeah.
They good with
I'm about to call her now.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm about to get off the line right quick. I gotta answer some questions and stuff.
If they need anything from us, I mean, that's us holding y'all here.
Man, that's
Thank y'all.
sad, boy. I swear, boy. That's sad.
Always a positive. We got her.
That's the main thing. And like I said, when the Amber Alert came on this morning, man, it's crazy, dude. Got the little girl, Bill. Yeah, if she needs something to eat, I'll buy it. Just on my job, man. You know what I'm saying? Doing my thing. Like I said, sad, dude. Sad, man. Had that little girl in that car, bro. But she said, and like I said, now what the car doing in the woods?
You see that with me?
I just seen it. I called the cops. He said that little girl life. Oh, he's in the thing. The little girl, she's safe. She thinks she's safe. Got people passing. You know? And guess what? Look, exactly. Look where you was parked. Look what I did that truck. I blocked the truck in, make sure you couldn't get out. You know?
Oh, you just sitting there? No, because look, we passed.
Because he got nervous. And then he opened the door. I said, man, that's that dude right there.
Pull up, open the door. We like, man, cutting, that's a black dude. Cutting, like, that's young.
Said,
so we just call her.
She's safe, man. Amber Alert came over the phone. You know what I mean? She hungry?
Oh, man.
We don't want to let her eat or drink yet.
Okay.
I wanted, just in case any type of forensic stuff.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we blocked her with the garbage truck. Yeah, we blocked that boy with that thing. That big truck, boy, you ain't getting out that thing. We blocked the whole driveway. Yeah, we pull up. On the wrong side of the highway, too. We banked
going off live, y'all.
Highway and blocked them in.
Big shout out to Dion and Brandon, true heroes, simply because he listened. God told him to look, and he looked. It's all it takes, people. It's all it takes.
Yep, very good. Very, very nice share, Armor. And like Feisty Kitten said, it was bittersweet. I mean, on one hand, you're so glad that they found her, But on the other hand, it's so sad that people think they can get away with that kind of crap. And that they actually do.
Yeah, I was going to say the sadder part is that they do, because unfortunately most of us are just too busy to listen.
Yep. So, Hebrew, are you still with us, or? Yeah, there you are.
No, I'm gone.
All right. Well, where'd you go, man? I want to go with you.
No, no, I was muted up. I was muted up for the longest time. Some of that was hard to understand, but the point is, he saved the life, and just for what Armor said he was doing, he was listening to God. God told him, "Hey, check out your Amber Alert. You better check it out," and he did. And like you said, man, a lot of people just ignore that. They shut it off just to get it off the front. They're like, "Man, I ain't trying to hear all that. It's not even in my state or whatever, you know." And that's what they do. And I don't do that. I look at them and I go, "Okay, I'll try to look out for this car," but a lot of times they don't put the car on there. When I get an Amber Alert, I just see an Amber Alert and the name of the child and where they, you know, what state they were missing from. And but that's
everyone we got always got the car, the make, the description, and the plate number.
It's good. Yeah. I wish I had that over here. You know, anytime I get an Amber Alert, it just says boy or girl and missing, what state they're in. That's it. But I try to pay attention to that. I do, but you know.
In fact, I'll share the one I just got. It was February 16th, 8:37 a.m. Came across my phone. Amber Alert. A 2015 blue Nissan Rogue, New York registration, HPS 3840, and then their website to go for tips. Or, of course, you call 911.
How are you able to see it after the fact, Armor? Like,
that's what message. It's a text. They're there. They're in my text.
Oh, see, on my phone, it just shows up as an alert.
Yeah.
And then I have to click OK to confirm that I read it. But then it disappears from my phone. Like if I wanted to, unless I took a screenshot of it while I was on my phone, I wouldn't be able to see it again.
Yeah. Well, I still got an old school phone too. I don't have a fancy one. But yeah, it's just in my received text. Now, when I erase my text eventually, because they get full, it'll go. But heck, I still got one from, let's see, when was this one? January 19th, 12:50 p.m. Amber Alert, green 1998 Toyota Corolla. Wow. They didn't have a plate for this one. Go to amberpa.gov again. So, yeah, they'll give a plate if they got it, but they usually always have at least a description of the car. Sometimes they'll tell you if it's a boy or a girl, but mainly they just tell you about the car.
They'll have a description of who they think they may be with, like if it's a disgruntled custody
if they have an idea, they'll put that too. Yep, absolutely. But yeah, how many of us, like you said, just glance at that, and I didn't even realize they didn't even automatically save now. That's much better for the enemy, ain't it? You glance at it, you tell it to close, and now you have no chance of seeing it again. So, yeah, kudos, enemy, you evil bastard. But, yeah. So next time you get an Amber Alert, you know, it don't hurt to take a screenshot or maybe grab a little notebook and write something down, and open your eyes and listen. God might just say, look.
Well, that's one something.
And I told my story once, has nothing to do with an Amber Alert or missing child, but when I was in D.C. that one time, I told the story. I don't remember where, but it was live one time. About, we was doing our normal delivery early in the morning, stores ain't open, but we, you know, the workers are in there, but they're not open for business at the time we were there. I'm delivering to one of the big food stores, organic food stores, Mums. Yeah, that's what they were called, Mums. They're like a chain in D.C. area. I was delivering to a big Mums. Did our thing, me and my partner. We get back out. I'm loading the truck up. We're getting ready to head to the next stop. I'm on a schedule. And I'm a stickler to my schedule. I don't like to make myself, you know, I like to stick to a schedule. I like to do what I'm supposed to do. And Buddy was loading the cart in the back. I handed the cart I had up to him. He loaded it in the back. He was hopping down to shut the door, and something just told me, look. Same thing, basically. not necessarily voice, but something just said, look. And I'm like, okay, wonder what I'm looking at. So I started looking around, and I seen this girl trying to get in the store. And, of course, the door's locked. So I walked over and said, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, but, and she was younger than me, but I just, it's the way I am. It's the way I was raised. Mm-hmm. I said, I'm sorry, ma'am, but they're not open yet. You know, they're just open for deliveries. They're setting up. I said, I don't think they open till like 7 or something. And I think it was like 5:30, 6. I don't remember exactly what time. And she just started crying. And I'm like, you know, what's the matter? She goes, and she just, you know, let loose about everything that was happening in her life and how nothing was going right. And she was here to apply for a job or to something like, she was here either to apply for a job or because she was supposed to come back in for an interview or whatever, but she was there about a job, and now they weren't, and she just broke down. You know, it was like a final straw for her. Everything had been going bad. She's telling me about all these bad things that were going on. And I said, well, remember one thing, dear. I said, it may not help at the moment. I said, but if you're meant to have the job, you'll have the job. And more importantly, just remember Jesus loves you. So all this stuff in life really, although it seems bad, isn't all that bad. We still have the love of Jesus, and we have, you know, the Father, and everything will work out in the end for those who believe in him. And she just looked at me. She goes, you don't know how much I needed to hear that right now. Thank you so much. And she started smiling and walked away. All because something said, look. And I looked. I didn't know what I'm going to say. I didn't even know what I'm walking into. You know what I mean? I just walked over to say, oh, I'm sorry, they're closed, you know. Boom. You just listen. Just listen. That's all you got to do. That's the whole point. Just listen. If something tells you to look, look. And then move forward. It'll tell you what you need to do next. That's the way this works. The Spirit will never let you hanging if it tells you to go do something. Never. It'll help you do whatever you're supposed to do. So, yeah, that's just a little personal story about listening when something says, look. It's real. It happens.
All right.
And crickets.
Crickets. Well, I was busy looking at something else, Armor. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's been a heck of a show. Looks like we got people falling out on chat here. We have Oiler Greg saying goodbye just a few minutes ago. Connie Joe wanted to tell us good night. Feisty Kitten's holding strong now. And Michael Fontaine looks like he's still chatting it up a little bit.
I did have Richard's report, but I will share that. I'll probably just make a little video and share that because I've talked a lot, I've read a lot, and it's a pretty good long report. So I will give an update on the Ham Ministries monthly report that Richard sent us for January, February. I'll just make a little video and read that and share it with you guys.
Go ahead and give the report. If we go another 30 minutes, we'll break the record at 5 hours.
Well, if you want to do that, that's fine. But I'm checking out.
My throat's pretty shot.
Yeah.
I'd rather do it when I can do it more justly. You know what I mean? My throat's shot. It's hurting. I got to quit talking.
Oh. Well, with all that being said, you shouted out all the cool names earlier, and here's an even cooler name if you didn't know. Vorax just stopped in.
Yeah, Vorax.
Yeah. So that's the name. We don't have to do a final shout out if you don't want to. And
well, my voice ain't that bad. I can do a final shout out. I just don't want to read a 5-page article at the moment because the report's awesome. It's like 5 pages long. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's do that then. Sagi, you sound like you're wanting to go to bed here. What's the matter, man? You can't withstand the blows of a 4-hour and 33-minute show?
Oh, yeah, no.
Holy crap, 4 hours and 33 minutes. Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? But I do have to get up like at 7 o'clock in the morning, which is about 5 hours from now. Yeah.
You do? Oh, man.
Actually, brother, it's about 4 hours and 15 minutes from now. Oh, yeah, 7 in the morning. Yep. 4 hours, 15 minutes.
Yep. But I did get a nap today, so I should be okay.
All right, cool. Well, let's get her done.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, you want me to do that? Do 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 do. Oh, hey, Challenging Reality is here. Also, Armor said that there you go. You got 3 new names popped in.
That's awesome. All 3 of you guys, be sure to become our new subscribers. We need as many subscribers as we can get.
Oh, hey, I'm in the middle of a shout out here.
Oh, sorry.
We couldn't hear you.
Oh, no wonder I was muted.
Yeah.
But I was shouting out. Okay, let's start over.
Yeah.
We got Challenging Reality, or Vorax. Challenging Reality's been lurking with us most of the night, just not chatting. Not as chatty as his brother, or her brother. I shouldn't genderize. Not as chatty as their brother. Let's do it that way. We're safe. DD74, Feisty Kitten, been hanging with us. And doing awesome comments in the chat. Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
See, you'd think I'd have had a clue I was muted when I said that, and no one answered. That should have been a clue to me, but again, it's been a long day, a long evening. Miss CJ's hanging with us and had to step out for the evening. If she's still listening, good night, CJ. Always a blessing, and keep sending them songs, girl. I love them. Let's see who else we got here. Early Greg was with us earlier. Had to check out also. Scrolling. Still scrolling. Some Hebrew from Eternia dude was hanging out. Not doing a lot of commenting, but throwing some out here and there. Sort of like his host, you know. Not doing a lot of hosting, but popping in once in a while to let us know he's still around. We got Guardian Matrix was here earlier. Of course, we had the Evil Beetle performance here earlier. That's my pet name for him.
Mine is Stick Beater.
Stick Beater. That's another good one. I prefer the Evil Beetle.
Okay.
Okay, I'm still scrolling. Not seeing any more names yet. Don't want to miss anybody, because we sure appreciate all our people. Oh, Suso, of course, was here earlier. How could I forget that? We're supposed to do a show. Hopefully he'll get a hold of me. Suso was here earlier. Always like doing shows with Suso.
Don't hold your breath if you're waiting for him to tell you when he's going to do a show.
Well, yeah, that's why I said let me know. It'll happen. Might be next year, but it'll happen.
Yeah.
All right, that's as high as I can scroll up. I don't see any more names. Let me go back to the bottom, make sure nobody popped in. Jam on Rye popped in. So, welcome, Jammo. I could have swore earlier I also seen Zombie Cat Cub saying Lurkers Unite. So I'm pretty sure our normal lurker panel is there as always. Greatly appreciated. Shout out to the lurkers. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Take it away, Maestro.
All right. You got any final thoughts there, Mr. Sagi?
Nope. Just I think we've already said everything that needs to be said. Just
all right.
Try to participate in our contest. We would really appreciate that. If you're not sure about what the contest is and you got here late, we discussed it in the first 20 minutes of the show. And we really are hoping to get some entries, and we're looking forward to share them with you guys. We do appreciate each and every single one of you who tune in and listen and give us a thumbs up or down week in and week out. We really do appreciate you. And I appreciate you, Ebro and Armor Up, for letting me be on here with you. I really enjoyed myself, and that's all I got.
All right, cool. So with that being said, we appreciate all you guys being here. This has been a wonderful Shifty Sunday for Armor Up. And Sagittarically speaking, this has been Hebro77 saying, peace out, everybody.
However,
entries to hotsalami@hotmail.com. That's hotsalami@hotmail.com for your contest entries. The email is on your screen, hotsalami@hotmail.com.
I'm writing it down. Hot salami. I got it.
Make sure you use the spelling on the screen. He don't spell it quite right, but hotsalami@hotmail.com.
Is that one salami or multiple salami?
It seems to be multiple. It's salamis.
Okay. All right, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Look, he just walked away. He's like, I'm done. I'm just going to let them hang. They want to be stupid and play that game. I'm out. I'm just done. I'm totally done with these people.
What are you guys still here? It's the end of the show. Go home, everybody. Come on, go home. It's over.
Oh, is it over?
It's over.
Oh, man.
I didn't hear no fat. I don't want to
wait.
be gender discriminant. I don't hear any fat people singing.
Oh, well, should I sing?
Well, any of us could probably do that and qualify. But sure, if you're offering, go right ahead. Because this fat guy ain't singing nothing.
Goodbye, everybody. We hope you've had a good night. But it's time to go. Okay, there you go. Good night, everybody. For real this time.